Professor Schroeder.
Yes.
I had invited Professor Odimire from the University of Pretoria. She could say hello to us.
Oh, yes, please.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
It's nice to be here. Thank you for inviting me, Prof.
Yes.
Good to see you. And how is South Africa?
Yeah.
And what is your relation to mother tongues?
Well, my research focus is multilingualism and languages. So you can see that it's really closely related. You know, promoting the use of our mother tongue and home languages across the curriculum when we teach, and encouraging our children and learners to be proud of their mother tongue and to inculcate a habit of using it as a tool for learning. So I'm blessed to be here.
And are you working in relation to a university?
Yes, I'm at the University of Pretoria, the Department of Educational Psychology. So, yeah.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Good. Jane, you tell me when we should open.
Yes, we need to start at 9. You can give it 2 minutes past 9.
Yeah.
Yes.
Jane?
Yes. Yes, Prof.
Sorry, through the moderator. I hope you are going to have a recording of the same so that we can keep for posterity. We get a recording of the webinar.
Okay, let me just inform ICT.
Yeah.
But they have already started it.
Oh, they have started. Yeah. Actually, they have started.
Okay.
They are pausing it now, and as soon as we start, they will open the recording.
Okay. Because I noted it was paused.
Yeah. Yeah.
Professor Njoroge, it is also on YouTube.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me alert the MLE members.
Yes. Hello?
Yes.
Okay, right away. Yeah, on email. Okay. Oh. No, both WhatsApp and everything.
Yes,
okay.
We are 40 members, and we hope. So we will start at 9.
Professor Schroeder will wait for the dean to join.
Yes.
He's joining, so just give him time. When you see him, then maybe you can start at 2 minutes past. Let us just give him time to join.
Yes, very, very good.
He has just told me he has trouble joining, so let's just be a bit patient.
Yes, no problem.
Okay.
Now, Jane, is Kimani here for the national anthem?
Yes, he is.
Okay, no problem.
Wow.
Yes, we will open officially our celebration with the national anthem from the Maasai group. Hello, Kimani? Hello, Kimani? Hello?
Yes, Prof, I can hear you.
Is it working?
Yes, it should be. Should we start?
Okay. No, what we're going to do is we will open first with a word of prayer. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
And for
Okay.
that, I will call Professor Catherine Ndungu from Kenyatta University. And she is also a member of MLEN, that is the Multilingual Education Network. And please, Professor Catherine Ndungu, could you open our celebration with a word of prayer?
Thank you, Prof. Let us pray. Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Master, we want to appreciate that we are in your presence this morning. We want to give you glory. We want to give you honor that you have given us life this morning. We are aware that there are many who had purpose to be alive this day, but they are not there, especially in the context of the pandemic. We don't deserve the joy and the peace that we are experiencing this morning, and that is why we are giving you all the glory. We want to celebrate that we are celebrating the International Mother Language Day, especially in the context that many of us have suffered humiliation and punishment on account of speaking our mother languages. Others have lost their lives because of that. Others cannot even access education through the same, but through your grace and mercy, we are now celebrating this International Mother Language Day. And we are hoping that it will transform this world, that people can be able to appreciate the languages that you have given unto us, because you are the author of the languages. We commit this event into thy hands, O Lord. We pray that you guide each and every speaker, every participant in this forum. We pray that you bless each one of us. And as we celebrate the day, Lord, we pray that we are going to change the mindset of those who are opposed to the use of mother tongue and equating it with the derogatory means and terms, so that we can all celebrate your creation, because we know you ordered it for a purpose. We give you glory, we give you honor, we give you praise. For we pray this, trusting in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Now we hear the national anthem, and this time different because we hear it in the Maasai language. Kimani, please.
Enter Suvenda Kwenya, in front of you are UN Mass students ready to present to you with a national anthem in a Maasai fashion. Sit back, relax, and enjoy with us. Welcome. Enkai ninyengo lona tamaya na oloshola neresi bateri botoa Matadoni dene bore serian yorembijan kirume sigarne gibulam.
Thank you so much. Is that not the appropriate start for a mother tongue celebration? That we do it in one of our local language. Thank you so much. Okay. Let me officially open this Mother Tongue celebration. All protocol observed. The Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic Affairs, University of Nairobi, the Ambassador, Bangladesh High Commission, the Principal College of Humanities and Social Sciences, the Dean Faculty of Arts, the President of the Language Association of East Africa, colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so glad to see so many of you, and I hereby open our celebration. I know the Lord will bless us. We already had a mother tongue contribution, which we all enjoyed. And it has become actually a tradition of the linguistic department of the University of Nairobi to do this, to celebrate this day. And we have done it since 2015. But our host, Professor Jane O'Dore, might tell you more about this. Please, Jane, over to you. Unmute. unmute. Yes, yes, you're okay.
Yes, I believe that I am now unmuted. Thank you very much, Professor Schroeder, for the introduction. The VC UON, the DVC Academic Affairs, and the principal, all in absentia, the Dean Faculty of Arts, His Excellency the Ambassador, Bangladesh High Commission, Leah President, colleagues from UON and other institutions and organizations, students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
It is my pleasure today to welcome you to this year's International Mother Language Day celebrations. Most of you have called me to ask me what MLEN or MLEN stands for, because they see it in the poster. And right from the onset, I would like to tell you that it means Multilingual Education Network. If you look at the program, you'll see that at some point, Professor Kembo Sure, my teacher and mentor, will tell us more about it. So today's celebration is slightly different from what we have had in the past, because we are doing it online and for only 3 hours. In the past, we've had it for a full day. We come together, we share presentations, we entertain one another, and it has always been a very exciting moment for all of us, and especially for our students. So I believe at some point, many of them will be here with us. So I would like to encourage you as much as possible to try and be very attentive. I hope God gives all of us a stable internet so that we enjoy together. Let us try as much as possible to have something to carry home with us. If I may share with you what happened this weekend, Professor Kithaka Wamberi and I attended a BTL function. The Gospel of St. Luke, written in Ogiek language, was being dedicated so that pastors in the Narok region can begin using it in their preaching. And one of the BTL officials told us that every morning when he gets up, he must read the word of God in his mother language. So I would like to encourage all of us to form that habit of reading at least something in your mother language every day. So as we listen to the presentations today, let us identify what we can carry home as we contribute to the discussions that will be going on. Now I want to tell you that the principal, the DVCAA and the VC are in a CMB meeting this morning, but they have promised that should they complete early, they will join us. So at some point when they join, we'll interrupt the program briefly to give them time to come in. So the webinar that we have organized for this day is a Multilingual Education Network webinar hosted by the Department of Linguistics and Languages in partnership with BTL, East Africa, SIL, the Bangladesh High Commission, and Multilingual Education Network to celebrate the University of Nairobi at 50 and the International Mother Language Day. Feel very welcome. I would like to take this opportunity to invite the Dean, Faculty of Arts, to give us his opening remarks and to declare this function officially open. Thank you. I hope the Dean has managed to join us.
Chair. Yes, I'm already in. I'm already in. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
we can.
hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, you can. Thank you. Jane, you may not be hearing me, but I mean,
Okay, I can hear you, Prof.
I'm already in. Yes. Yes. Thank you for this opportunity. Yes. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this Mother's Language Day. It is one of those occasions that I have participated frequently, and I'm proud to inform the participants and languages. And I'm very proud to be associated with it. I do appreciate the presence. Hello? Are we having a problem?
Yeah.
I do recognize the presence of the ambassador of Bangladesh and layer president. I also in absentia, but he has promised to join, and also the DVC and the DVCAA and the principal who are to be with us. I'm also happy to inform the audience that this Mother's Day, Mother's Language Day coincides with the 50 years celebration of the University of Nairobi, and that makes it very special to us. Well, in terms of introduction, I wish to say that the Department of Linguistics and Languages needs to be appreciated for the good work of ensuring that the day is celebrated every year for the period I have been in. I also wish to thank the chair and the organizers of this particular function for ensuring that it is consistent. And I'm also happy that students are always given a chance in such a meeting to discuss issues of languages and also participate in various types of discussions. And last time, I think there were also films, and this is very eye-opening in terms of people understanding the fate of other languages. Mother's language sometimes also brings in the sense of extinction of languages. There are a number of languages that are disappearing of the people of Mugogodo. And oftentimes we were informed that only 7 speakers of that particular language are alive. That was then. I think the number has increased because, and I think there is need to sensitize on languages that have been threatened. This particular group became slowly marginalized and absorbed by the Samburu. And because of that, the language simply lost its essence for them in terms of day-to-day functioning. And this is how the language got lost. And many others are threatened in Kenya. Some are already extinct, and others are endangered, while others are vulnerable. So this kind of meeting is very important for sensitizing us on the significance of our mother languages. I also know that among the youngsters, some of the languages are disappearing very fast, being replaced by Kiswahili and English or other versions of the same.
Prof, we can't hear you anymore.
Prof, we can't hear you. Prof, you are muted. Prof.
Oh, so can I restart?
Yes, please.
Have you been following?
No, just the last minute. The last minute.
Continue.
Yeah, the last minute, please.
So I said that this day is important because it celebrates Mother mother tongues. And it is important because some of our youngsters have almost lost their influences of foreign English, Swahili in terms of by other ones like English, which have is like this but UNESCO. I put linguistics, Bangladesh High Commission Network.
Hello?
That is MLA.
Okay. Unfortunately, the Dean's connection is not good. And so I don't quite know whether I should continue or would just give him a minute to come back.
I had been kicked out briefly.
All right.
But I'll quickly finish. Each has their own language, usually the mother language and probably a number of other languages. And oftentimes the other languages tend to dominate. And this has been a problem, and beseech possibility of having so this would be very important present today, and I know that you will successfully motivate and also to look at from language. Yes, I also wait funds.
Okay, okay. Why don't we ask him when he comes back to just give us a concluding remark?
I therefore declare this international mother. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for recognizing this special day and for all your remarks. Very interesting. Thanks a lot. I think we want to hear more now from the steering committee of Mother Tongue Multilingual Education Network through Professor Kembe Zure. He is a retired professor from Moi University. Please, can we hear more about what the Mother Multilingual Education Network is all about? Professor Kembe Zure, please.
Moderator, let me just find out from Kimani if they have unmuted him. But meanwhile, we could have Reverend Munguti, Director BTL.
Yes.
Yes, greeting us and possibly giving us his remarks as we find out if Professor Kembe can be unmuted right away.
Okay.
Reverend Munguti, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Jane Odur and Professor Shiroda for leading us in this. And good morning to all the people who've joined. I've seen some people who've joined even from Sudan. And this is quite a remarkable day when we celebrate the International Mother Language Day, and of course our mother languages in Kenya. Professor Jane just mentioned to you that this last weekend, we had a great event with the Ogiek people who were receiving the first portion of scripture written in their language. BTL has been carrying out that work. We developed the orthography for the Ogiek. That's part of our specialty, to develop languages in this country into a written form. And once we develop the language into a written form, we go ahead to also write literacy books and eventually translate the scriptures in their language. Our goal is to make sure that most of the languages in this country are in a written form, first of all, for preservation of those languages, carry out some degree of literacy in their language to a level where you have a sizable number of people who can really communicate well, read and write in their language, and then carry out Bible translation, so that, as Professor Jane Odur mentioned, people can access God's word in a language that speaks to their hearts. It's so great to see each one of you as we continue to support and also advocate for the use of our languages in this country and even beyond. We are currently serving, or rather working with 25 language communities. There are quite a number of others who still something can be done among them. Professors mentioned about the Mugogoto people. We know a few more who would also need intervention for that language to be preserved. And we would want to join our efforts, all of us together, so that those languages can be made into a written form for preservation, and of course, for them to come to where the rest of us are. So thank you very much, Professor Jane Odur, and it's good also to see Professor Jane Mutiga, who is deeply involved with us in BTL in that work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And what about Professor Kembo? Sure? Not yet, because then we could move over to our next speaker, which is the representative from the Bangladesh High Commission, Mr. Jahangir Talukder. Please, the representative of the High Commission of Bangladesh.
Right, Madam, this is Jahangir. I am not a representative. I am the ambassador of Bangladesh.
Okay.
Jahangir. Yeah. Thank you for inviting me, and especially allowing the Bangladesh High Commission to be associated with this noble effort of Nairobi University to celebrate the International Mother Language Day. Actually, International Mother Language Day came just in 1999 when UNESCO declared it to be the International Mother Language Day. However, in the life of the Bangladeshi people or the Bangla speaking people, this day is not only important, but this day has an emotional attachment from 1952. On that very day in 1952, people of Bangladesh, especially the students of the then biggest university of East Pakistan, Dhaka University, sacrificed their lives for establishing Bangla as the state language of the then Pakistan. Why it happened? We got independent from the British rule in 1947, and Pakistan, and Pakistan had got two wings, Bangladesh, the Eastern Wing and the Western Wing, and the people of Eastern Wing were totally Bengali speaking, and they were the majority in the whole country. However, Bengali was not given the status of a state language, or they did not want to give Bengali or Bangla as the status of the state language. So people in the whole province of East Pakistan became furious, and they came onto the streets to establish Bangla as one of the state languages of Pakistan. And on 21st and 22nd February, the police opened fire, unfortunately, and people died, sacrificing their lives for establishing Bangla as the state language, one of the state languages of then Pakistan. And since that day, from 1953, the Bangla-speaking people had been celebrating this day, not in a festive mood, but we used to call it a day of sorrow and the Martyrs' Day in Bangladesh, because people got martyred just because of their establishing their language as one of the state languages. And every 21st February is a very special day in Bangladesh. In the very morning, people go with processions to the martyrs' monuments. There is a central martyrs monument and other martyrs monument in every educational institution, and people lay floral wreaths, and whole day there are some sort of cultural functions in Bengali, establishing or manifesting the different cultures, different important your literary activities of that are in Bengali. In Bengali, we have the first Nobel Prize holder, Mr. Rabindranath Tagore, is one of the most renowned Bengali writers, and Nazrul Islam is another writer. These two play their writings or their literatures played a vital role in the life of all Bangladeshi people. We have other writers, many, but these two are most important, and their writings are mostly read by most of the Bangla-speaking people. Fortunately, Bangladesh is a country where we have 170 million people, and this entire population is Bengali speaking. Entire population is Bengali speaking. We have some sort of tribes in the hilly areas. They have their own dialects, but they also understand Bengali and they can speak Bengali. What Bangladesh government has done, that these dialects of these special people should be preserved, and Bangladesh government has made the initial education, primary education, a compulsory subject of their dialect in the primary education of these people. So they learn their dialect in the compulsorily in the primary education, and later on in the higher education they come for Bengali and English both. Bengali is a widely spoken language. As I have told, this is the only language in Bangladesh, but however, English is also spoken quite widely, and English is a compulsory subject from class 1 to class 12. It is a compulsory subject. One has to take one English as a subject. And these are the two languages actually Bangladeshi people, they learn. This is an emotional day for Bangladesh. We celebrated the whole day yesterday in a High Commission. Mr. Timothy Kamau, he is a regular attendee in that function, and yesterday also he was there. We had a number of people from Kenyatta University and
it will send you a link on your
so we celebrated the whole day in a befitting manner yesterday.
That you register with, yeah.
And hopefully we'll be doing it in the subsequent years also. This year, especially, I thank Mr. Timothy Kamau for actually associating Bangladesh High Commission in the celebration of the International Mother Language Day with Nairobi University. And I must thank the Nairobi University for such a noble venture of doing it, even in the situation of COVID, that since it could not be done in person, they have done it virtually. At least we are having 93 participants here, not a very less number. It is a good number virtually attending, 93. And I hope that is not only these 90 or 93 or 94 who are listening to it, there will be many who will be listening to the things that we will be speaking today to many others, especially the students, the teachers who are attending from Nairobi University will be transmitting it to the students, and the students will transmit it to their subsequent pupils. So that's a great initiative from the side of Nairobi University and the IMEL, if I am not wrong. Your Institute of Linguistics. So let me, on behalf of my High Commission and on behalf of the Bangla-speaking people, congratulate and thank the organizers. I'm just supporting it. I'm not in the main organizing committee, but I'm just supporting it. The Bangladesh High Commission is supporting it, and we will keep on supporting it because this day has come from us. And on our actually proposal, on the proposal of Bangladesh, 21st February has been declared as the International Mother Language Day for the whole world by UNESCO. So we actually cherish this date. We are proud of this date, that we are a nation who have established the mother tongue by giving blood, but still we have done it, and we have kept the sanctity and dignity of the language that we speak, and we established it. So we are proud of it, and Bangladeshi people will remain proud of it throughout the centuries that comes. Let me again thank Professor Schroeder and the VC of Nairobi University, the deans, and all the teachers of Nairobi University, and all other associated organizations who are participating in it, and making a great venture. Let 21st February remain as a great day. Let us nurture the mother languages, and let us support. Let everyone support for the establishment of the mother languages in their own arena. Let us not allow any of the mother languages to get extinct, because extinction of a single mother language takes away a total heritage, it takes away a total culture, it takes away the lifestyle of the people, and people cannot express their mind without mother language. I give this example to everyone. Let me give this one again here. We had a Bangladeshi writer named Michael Madhusudan Dotto. This gentleman wanted to become a writer in English. So he traveled from Bangladesh to England. He stayed there for about 20 years, wrote many things, but those things were not accepted by the readers, English readers. So he came back when he realized that, no, I cannot do anything in this language. I have to go back to my mother language. So he went back to Bangladesh and wrote one of the greatest epics of the world named Meghnad Bodh Kabbo. And that's a very high quality epic he has written. And that is in the mother tongue. Had it not been in the mother tongue, probably he would not have been able to do it. So let me thank you again, and let me not lengthen my speech. And thank you. I'll be with you up to 11, because after 11 I have another meeting, that is the UNEA 5, United Nations Environment Program, Environment Assembly meeting will start at 11. So I'll be with you up to 11, and any question, anything, I'll be ready to answer till 11. Thank you all. Thank you again.
Thank you. Wow, what a history. We are so impressed to hear about Bangladesh and what has happened there. Although it has a very, very sad note, and we recognize that. But thank you very much for your contribution. It is an eye-opener to us because often we think about our own countries and not beyond. So thank you for this enlightening report. And we wish Bangladesh all the best and hope that they can continue in developing mother tongue and make people aware of it and make people use it and make sure that languages are identified and not lost. Thanks again. We are waiting for Professor Kembosure. Jane?
Yes, I'm told that he was just about to join.
Mm-hmm.
He's
Yes.
having some challenges, Professor Schroeder.
Yeah?
Yeah, so I propose we just continue.
Yes.
Then when he is able to join us, then we can give him a few minutes to say a few words.
Yes, very, very good. I heard we have somebody joining us from South Sudan. Can we have some words from him or her? Somebody told us there is somebody who has joined us from South Sudan. Is that person still around? Hello?
Yes, Professor, how are you?
Yes, please tell us who you are.
Yeah, my name is Duap Nial. I'm a student from University of Nairobi.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing master's degree in educational technology.
Mm-hmm.
Concerning what we have in our country, when the Sudan was one, it has a lot of languages. But when we separated from Sudan, the real Sudan, now we have 64 languages in South Sudan. Especially I'm coming from tribe called Nuer language. So we use Nuer language is our language. And in South Sudan, we are the majority in South Sudan. In South Sudan, followed by Denka and Shilluk and other tribes. So I know few language from this language. So I can say in my language only, I can say Male, it means greeting. Male Kurunwang, as what I mentioned there, it is good morning, as what I mentioned in my language there. But I'm not specialized in linguistic or in language in general. So I guess I want to say a few words. So like what I say in different language, like in Dinka, we say Kudwal. In Shilluk, we say Medriun. So there is a lot of language in South Sudan. Thank you.
I have always a special relationship to South Sudan. My first years in Africa, I spent in South Sudan, and my husband and I are still working for the Taposa people, which is a group in South Sudan. And we are still supporting the Bible translation project there, which is now the first draft of the Bible translation in Taposa is done by Lokuda Kadanya, and so we will follow that project up to completion. And I can greet the people with Mata Kuniai. Good morning, how are you? And this is Taposa. So yes. I hope you feel at home with that greeting.
Yeah.
Welcome. So our next, we have another mother tongue contribution from Tolian from the Maasai group, but let me also tell you something about Tolian. Tolian is a student of linguistic and political science, and his Maas singers have contributed to our mother tongue celebration since he has started his university study. So we have another contribution now from the Maasai singers. Kimani?
My name is Joel Sender Tolian from the University of Nairobi, pursuing Bachelor of Arts. The song we are about to sing is about how the Maasai made commitments to God or prayed to God for blessing, to give them children, to give them livestock, to bless their land.
Oh, monengayai, nao monenengaigil. Oh, monengayai, nao monenengaigil. Oh, monengayai, nao monetigebe. Oh, monengayai, nao monetigebe. Oh, monengayai, nao monetigebe.
Oh, monengayai, yosinyati. Tangama yo yarola malonga muno.
Olo sinyalengayai, yewonto mono gibo. Oh, monengayai, yosinyati. Tangama yo yarola malonga muno. Olo sinyalengayai, yewonto mono gibo.
Aro mono.
Engai.
Tareruyo. Saruyo. Tamaya.
Engai.
Tadoikyo.
Engai. Engai.
Tangoroyo.
Engai. Engai nao moni neni. Engai ndugu ruba suben. Basubenare jamaisho.
This is Janet Ikene. The poem I'm just about to perform is a poem based on girl child abuse in our community land. This poem basically is based on the girl, whereby in our community some time back, girl child seemed to be inferior than men. So this poem generally is encouraging the parents
is to present a mass poem entitled Eginyala Enkerai Entito, which means girl child abuse. Ore ara ilarin tomon neji erubulwa entito matumurat naning emion aiteru torpapita lelukunya mpaka orkimojino lenkeju osina sapuk oleng lemeiting'akata. Kanyoo peemimuso nikintodolitai? Kanyoo nikilejita peemimuso nidol? Ore tenkiti rishata sir naishori orkimaita pai nejo pa hota peyie atum inkishu. Nejo sineyo aishop orkarasha. Kanyoo peemimuso nikintodolitai? Muso nikintodolitai? Iremeta tenebo ong'usidi. Kanyoo peemimuso nikintodolitai? Kanyoo nikilejita peemimuso nidol? Loba noyei olelatia maibung'ata pookin inkaik mararr ele mang'ati ndaloji enkinya enkerai entito. Ashe.
My name is Joel Sender from the University of
I think there are some problems here, Kimani.
They are complete, both of them.
Oh, they have finished. Okay, okay. Yes. Thank you so much. So we always enjoyed it. And when we had our celebration face-to-face last year, they were also dancing with it. You remember the Maasai dance where they jump up and down, up and down? So we also had all these movements, which is the other side, we are losing this, but it was always very, very inspiring. Okay, I think it's also time for us to hear something about the history of the International Mother Tongue Day. And we will hear that from Professor Martin Droge. He is Dean of the School of Humanities and Social Sciences from USIU.
Thank you very much, Prof, for your introduction and inviting me to take us through the history of International Mother Language Day. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we hear you well.
Good. Now, I remember when I was inviting some of my friends to the webinar, they would ask me, what is Mother Language Day? And I was telling them, when you come to the webinar, you hear the history and perhaps the themes that have been covered by UNESCO during this annual International Mother Language Day. And already the Honorable Ambassador has covered quite a bit, so you'll pardon some repetition that you'll find in my presentation, because Bangladesh has a very, very important role to play in International Mother Language Day, because even the request for it to be recognized as an International Mother Language Day came from Bangladesh. So I'm from the USIU Africa, the Dean of Humanities and Social Sciences, as Professor has mentioned. So it's good to give a preamble to this. Certainly, as you're aware, we have very many languages that are spoken around the world. And before our meeting, we're just discussing with the other professors, and we're saying that in some of the languages are going to be extinct because there are very few speakers. Yet, as the ambassador said, these languages need to be preserved because they carry with them a lot of wisdom, a lot of cultural wisdom that would help humanity. Now, on January 9, 1998, you had me talk about some two citizens from Bangladesh who wrote to the United Nations asking them to commemorate the 1952 killings that Professor Honorable Ambassador talked about from Dhaka University, to mark the day to preserve languages from around the world from extinction. And they wrote this letter to the then General Secretary of UN, United Nations, the late Kofi Annan, asking him to take a step for saving the world's languages from extinction by declaring an International Mother Language Day, which actually happened. And this led to UNESCO's declaration of 21st February as International Mother Language Day, which we are celebrating today. So it is celebrated annually on 21st February to promote awareness of linguistic and cultural diversity and multilingualism. But and especially in Africa, we're able to relate to this because most of us in Africa, we are highly multilingual. We are born into a family and we are able to speak our first language or mother tongue or native language. But as soon as we go to school, we're introduced to other languages. For example, for me, when I was being raised by my mother, I was introduced to Gikuyu. But as soon as I stepped into the classroom, I encountered Kiswahili and I encountered English. So already 3 languages. Then I go to high school and I'm introduced to German. So that's a 4th one. And then even as I learned, even as I interacted with my friends, I would learn some Kikamba, some Kidoluo, some Ekegusi, and so on. So we are highly multilingual. And we grew up in an era, I don't know how it is these days in schools, but we grew up in an era, as Professor Dungo mentioned in her prayer, where our first languages were stigmatized. If you spoke Kikuyu, you were given a monitor, you were punished, you were laughed at. So we grew up hating our first languages. So the fact that we have a day when we can celebrate and we try and decolonize our minds so that we start seeing the beauty of our diversity, the better. So that's why we are saying that this celebration is designed to promote linguistic diversity and multilingual education, to highlight greater awareness of the importance of mother tongue education. And we in Multilingual Education Network of Kenya, we advocate for the same things as Professor Kemba will mention when he gets an opportunity. At UNESCO, is very vocal regarding the use of mother tongues, because they know that when a child is born, and then that child is introduced to the mother language, and then that child starts school using that first language that he or she is familiar with, it becomes easy and it's more seamless moving from home to the school because the language is the same. But that is not how it happens in many African contexts. Now, perhaps you're asking what is mother language? And mother language is that language that we speak from our earliest childhood, the one we are introduced to by our parents, by our mother or by our guardians. And I was asking myself, why mother tongue and not father tongue? Yet this child may be raised by both the father and the mother. And I realized that in most cases when the child is small, especially in the olden times, the child would be taken care of by the mother or the grandmother, as the father and the other men would go to hunt. So when they were, when linguists were looking for familiar term to use in terms of language acquisition, then they went for mother, not the father. So mother language is the language in which the first words are uttered and individual thoughts expressed. It is the foundation for the history and culture of each individual. You realize how you connect with a story told in your first language. Moreover, it has been proven that children learn best when they're instructed in their mother language during their first years at school. And that's why I say UNESCO considers mother languages to be essential part of culture and identity because they are carriers of values and knowledge. And it's no wonder that they were able to discuss, deliberate, and consider declaring February 21st as Mother Language Day. Mother languages are vital for the preservation and transmission of traditions, expressions, our songs, our jokes, our rituals, which make all our lives. We have really enjoyed listening to the national anthem in Maasai. Thank you so much, even for that poem that was recited by one of the University of Nairobi students. That is great. Now, the history. Here I'll be quick because already this has been alluded to by the ambassador. He has done the work for me very well. Because while International Mother Language Day represents a celebration of cultural awareness and tolerance, it also unfortunately presents a tragic moment in history. And that history was highlighted very well, where in 1948, the then government of Pakistan declared Urdu to be the sole national language of Pakistan, even though Bengali or Bangla was spoken by the majority of people, combining East Pakistan, which is now Bangladesh, and West Pakistan, which is now Pakistan. And when this, was done by the government of Pakistan, of course, the East Pakistan people protested, since the majority of the population was from East Pakistan, and their mother language was Bangla. Yet they are being told you have to speak Urdu. Urdu is the language to be spoken. So, of course, they demanded Bangla to be at least one of the national languages, in addition to Urdu, which led to a lot of protests. And on 21st February 1952, a number of Dhaka students campaigning for the recognition of Bangla as one of the state languages of Pakistan were killed when police fired upon them. And then, within a short time, and because of that protest and the killing of those students, the government, gave in, and Bangla was accepted as a state language of Pakistan alongside Urdu. So it's like, they became matters. They became matters, language matters. And that gave birth to that fronting of the request to have International Mother Language Day marked, globally. Yes, so after UNESCO adopted 21st February as International Mother Language Day, in line with its mission of promoting multilingualism and multiculturalism, the day has been celebrated in Bangladesh as National Martyrs Day and International Mother Language Day, with the support of diplomatic corps in Dhaka, where the UNESCO celebrated this day as International Mother Language Day. So as you're aware, yesterday was February 21st, and there were celebrations at the Bangladesh High Commission residence, and for University of Nairobi Multilingual Education Network and BTL, we thought of having this celebration, this webinar today, in marking this year's International Mother Language Day. Yesterday was at Bangladesh High Commission residence, and then on Friday, Kenyatta University, they had their celebration. So around the world, many local cultural activities do take place, such as reading poetry in schools, exhibitions and plays, then programs on radio and televisions. They are also used to mark the International Mother Language Day, because we want to raise awareness that all languages matter. There's no language that is inferior to the other. All languages are very, very important because of the important role they play. English and that Ogiek language, they are the same. Yeah, these are the prejudices and so on. We need to really confront them, and through some of the activities that are done during the International Mother Language Day. So I thought, because we have this webinar, it's good for us to look at the different themes that have been there across the years. So this year, the theme is fostering multilingualism for inclusion in education and society. That is the theme that is guiding us this year. Now, last year we had languages without borders. I wanted to see the various themes and focuses that the UNESCO has given during the International Mother Language Day. Of course, like Maasai is spoken both in Kenya and Tanzania. Doesn't have a border. I guess even Taita, I guess even Chaga, I guess even maybe the Kuria language. Yeah, maybe the language spoken in Busia. Yeah, the Luya language. We have both the people from Uganda and people from Kenya sharing a language. Now, 2019, it was Indigenous Languages Matter for Development, Peace Building, and Reconciliation. So again, that was a theme that guided the celebrations in 2019. 2018 we had linguistic diversity and multilingualism count for sustainable development. That is a great theme that was there in 2018. 2017, we talked about towards sustainable futures through multilingual education. Again, that was there in 2017, 2016, quality education, languages of instruction, and learning outcomes. Why? How come in those curricula or those education systems where children are taught in the language that they started with from class 1? I mean, home, then they came to class 1 and they continued in class 8 in the same language. How come they perform better than the ones who have to transition? You can imagine how difficult it was for you and me to transition to English in class 4. Then you are trying to deal with a new language. You're trying to understand the concept. By the grace of God, we were able to hack it, but it wasn't easy. Perhaps that is what contributed to many of us, many of our classmates, not continuing with education. So that the learning outcome was affected. Then 2015, we looked at inclusion in and through education. Language counts. Yes, language counts. Then 2014, we looked at local languages for global citizenship, spotlight on science. 2013, mother tongues and books, including digital books and textbooks, because what we realize is that one of the challenges that is posed when we talk about introducing indigenous languages in schools is that we don't have books. We don't have books. We don't have digital books. We don't have textbooks. Who is going to produce? Yeah, but the cost of producing books and the cost of the dropouts and people who find education so difficult, you can't compare those two. Then 2012, we looked at mother tongue instruction and inclusive education. 2011, the information and communication technologies for safeguarding and promotion of languages and linguistic diversity. Then 2010, we look at a rapprochement of cultures, bringing together cultures for harmonious existence. How great it will be if one day all of us, we have an understanding that all languages, all cultures matter, and we can coexist and without looking down on any of the languages. Then 09, languages matter for communities. 08, International Year of Languages. 2007, multilingual education. 2006, we looked at languages and cyberspace. 05, Braille and sign languages. In 04, UNESCO observance included a unique exhibition of children's exercise books from around the world, illustrating the process by which children learn and master the use of written literacy skills in the classroom. Then 03, 02, and 01, those were occasions for speeches and exchange of ideas by academics, linguists, government officials, cultural associations, and other representatives of member states on the themes of culture, education, and languages. Remember, as it was mentioned, UNESCO proclaimed 21st February as International Mother Language Day in 1999. So 00 and 01, 02, 03, much of it was seminars, webinar, maybe we didn't have webinars then, but they were just meetings and forums where we had discussion on matters multilingual, matters culture, matters education, matters languages. And then of course 1952, as we have said, that was the Bengali language movement where some students were killed as they protested that policy that only Urdu would speak. So as I conclude, let us use this day to remember those who sacrificed their lives and remember the importance of embracing all the world's cultures and languages. It is a time when we remember the power of language to tell us where we came from, to share our story with others without feeling that we are inferior, to persuade, to educate, and to preserve our cultures. So let us take this opportunity to reaffirm our respect for the great diversity of languages and cultures we see around the world, and to work together so as to promote mutual understanding and cooperation. Thank you very much. Back to you, Professor Schroeder, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for this. I wonder whether you could share that with Professor Odor, and she can share it with those who are interested, because I personally would be very interested to have your PowerPoint. Thank you so much for the insight, because it was so interesting also to see all the themes which were developed over the year. And one was always clear, it was mother tongue celebration was related to education. But we also had development and sustainability and so on. And always culture is very, very important. Thanks for sharing this. And
Chair, would you allow me 30 seconds? The
Yes,
High Commissioner of Bangladesh.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, let me thank the presenter for bringing out the history in details through a PowerPoint. It's a heartfelt thank from my side. Only I would add one thing, that in this whole episode of the 21st February, leadership actually worked very nicely. The father of the nation of the Bengali nation, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, actually he started playing his role from the language movement, and from there actually he transpired to become the father of the nation when when Bangladesh became independent in 1971. So throughout this episode of actually that started in 1948, and from there gradually this gentleman, tall gentleman, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, was a student leader at that time of Dhaka University. He actually started the whole thing, and finally he actually brought us the independence of Bangladesh. So leadership worked really nice in this case. Thank you.
Yes, thanks again. And we are also very proud to see that we can work together, and that we see people, so that we as University of Nairobi have the privilege to bring people together so they can talk and encourage each other, because this is also what this day is all about, that we encourage each other to stress mother tongue, not and also to talk to people who want to despise it, to tell them why it is important to speak and to preserve. So cultures are preserved, ideas are preserved, and so on. Thanks again very much. We also, our next speaker is Dr. Justin Sikuku. He is the president of the Language Association of East Africa. He also has a leg at the University of Nairobi. I was told from Professor Jain that he is a former student of Professor Jain. I had the privilege.
Because it is going to.
Yeah, the network.
Sikuku, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you well. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you so much for inviting me to this webinar, which talks about mother tongue. I'm here because I'm the president of the Language Association of Eastern Africa, and I was asked to take a few minutes, 5 minutes, to talk about the language.
Moderator, has he been thrown out?
Sorry, he's there. He has not been thrown out. I can see him. It is only that
Hello.
we can hear him well.
Hello.
Hello, Sikuku.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you try again, please? All right. He has to rejoin, I guess. I think he has to rejoin right now. He is not able to show us his insight about the Language Association of East Africa.
Maybe you could advise him just to speak without having to project it.
Yeah, that's another thing. But right now he is no longer here.
There he is.
He has come back. Sikuku, can you talk? You can also take the camera away because that also uses network, so we can hear your voice. Sikuku, we definitely want to know about the history of the Language Association of East Africa, of Eastern Africa.
So maybe I'll just speak.
Yes, or you just.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
yes.
we hear you. You can also just, please.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much for the invitation. The Language Association of East Africa is actually a new association. It existed in the 60s and 70s. If you recall, the initiatives that happened in the region, most specifically in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Zambia, and Ethiopia, then you know that there was a Ford Foundation funded research to these countries to study the situation of languages in their regions. And the result of that was different associations, and the Language Association of Eastern Africa was one of them. I had the privilege to talk to the founding secretary of the association, that is Professor Elderkin, and he gave me some background information. But ideally, we thought as linguists, with collaboration with other linguists from the region, that it is important to have an association that will bring linguists together, just like other associations in other fields of knowledge. So we agreed that we should carry forward the initial objectives of the association. So they are the second one is to organize and facilitate regional linguistic conferences. And the third is to disseminate linguistic research findings through regular publications of journals. The last one is the development and maintenance of scholarly networks among the linguists. At this stage, we are so happy that the activities that we have been involved in are all geared towards achieving this objective. At least in the revamped association. Eldoret, and we had quite a number of presenters from all over the world who are interested in studying languages in the region. This year, we are also organizing another conference. We are calling it the second layer conference, which will be held virtually on 12th and 13th of August. So we intend that these conferences
Hello, unfortunately, we can't hear him anymore. He was telling us about the second conference on the 12th and 13th of August this year, but then we lost him. Hello, Sikuku. This is the downside of these webby seminars. And also downside in our own online teaching, that often students or we ourselves lose connectivity. We all know that. So just let's wait a few seconds to give him the opportunity to come back and finish his talk.
Thank you. I got lost somewhere, but I was just winding up. I was giving the activities that we are engaged in that are geared towards achieving the objectives. So the most important upcoming activity that is of interest to people that are interested in language is the second LAIR conference that is coming up in August, specifically the 12th and 13th. And that this will be a virtual conference. We have already sent out a call for abstracts. If you haven't received, then you can access it on our website. I started by giving you the website, www.thelair.org. So all the information can be derived from the website. Currently, the structure of the association is such that there is a president, there is a vice president who comes from Makerere, Dr. Elena Simwe. There is a secretary, Professor Jane Gala. There is a treasurer, Dr. Lynn Kisembe from Moi University. And we have ambassadors in each of our institutions, at least each institution that was represented in Eldoret has a LAIR ambassador. And we encourage people to join. Currently, we are 142 paid members, both students and researchers and lecturers interested in the study of language. So we are not just interested in linguists, we are interested in all the people that have interest in language. And I was going to say that currently the publication that we are processing is coming up in July. And I went off when I was saying that it has a host. It will be published by Pomona College in Southern California. They agreed to do it for free, so long as we had an editor from that institution. So currently we have 15 editors for the journal. We are reviewing papers. We have over 50 papers that were presented, and we are receiving reviews back from reviewers. So colleagues, this is a place to be. We want to be a family of people that are interested in language. And I think we are going to make great strides if we join hands and come together. We recognize the linguists that have trained us. We recognize the linguists that have been there before us. And I think this is a great initiative. So I want to thank everybody, particularly Professor Jane Gala, our secretary, for giving us this opportunity to talk about LAIR. So members, spread the gospel of LAIR. This is a home for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sikuku, and we are so glad to be part of it. And some of us at the University of Nairobi, we are already members, and we are also in the editorial committee for the journal. So we like to be part of it, correct, Professor Jane? So we do support this initiative.
Correct.
As our department. So if we continue with our program, the next one on my list is Timothy Kamau from SIL. He's a very good friend of mine, and we have met on many SIL Christmas parties. And he has also been with us for all these last years in celebrating our mother tongue. He always has been a faithful contributor. So Timothy, let's listen to you and what you have to tell us today. We hear something about the Comesha Corona project. Timothy.
Yes, I'm trying to come on. Can I be enabled to share my screen?
Yes, you can. Are you not already doing it? Just open. Open your file and then share it with us, Timothy.
Okay.
You open your file on the computer first, and then you press that open file. That makes it easier. Timothy?
I can present for him, Professor.
You can, please.
Yes.
All right. And make it a full screen, yeah?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Timothy, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be sharing about, thank you everyone for what you have done, and thank you for joining in. I am Timothy Kamau, coming from SIL and living up to our vision of getting communities flourish using the languages they value most. Last year we had the COVID-19, and as a 9 million effort, we wanted to contextualize. It is coming in as tilted a bit, but there's no problem. I think I'm going to make do with that. I want to contextualize the observance of the International Mother Language Day in the COVID situation. We had an effort where we did a project to counter COVID, and our motivation was mainly because we realized that the threat is global, but the language is not. Everyone was affected, but if we were to make an intervention, it has to go local. And that's why we go for going to the language specific. What did we do? We said it is worth spreading the word, how to counter it and not the virus. As we can see there, we observe that health literacy is a key challenge in terms of communication, because much of the information that is out there on health is not communicated in the language of the person receiving that service. So health literacy remains a challenge. Can I move to the next slide? Yeah, this was an internal project, as I said, and it was done with the effort of SIL staff who contacted their colleagues, and they purposed to make an intervention. As you know, during last year, there was a lot of movement, activity was limited, so you could only do as much as you could reach, even as an organization. However, the effort proved to be so helpful because we ended up having 22 such projects in 16 countries. And the project that I'm going to be sharing about is one such project that was executed here in Kenya. In the banner you saw I had written, or it is written, Topongo Corona. That gives us, for those who understand that language, that is Saburu. And you already know that Saburu was one of the languages that is there. Our approach, we focused on combating the pandemic in local languages. As the ambassador to the Bangladesh High Commission shared on Friday, we had a meeting, and it seemed like many people don't know a lot is happening in mother tongue of encountering COVID. And I want to say here that in our organization, there is a portal which has an open resource materials, hundreds of materials that are to do with COVID, which people can get and translate them or produce them in different formats to counter COVID. And the project I'll be sharing here was an effort towards that direction. One advantage in working with this is that we are already working with some of the communities that are on the ground. What was our objective? Objective for this project was to translate, to print and distribute COVID-19 materials in 4 Kenyan languages, namely Gikuyu, Kamba, Tharaka, and Samburu. You may want to know our rationale, and we did this because when you looked just through, we could see not much was there in the public space that was in mother tongue. Much of the materials that were there were mainly in English, even what we are getting from media. Let alone the mass media took it up and tried to translate some of those concepts or information that was there into mother tongue, and they were relaying it. And would get very different translations. And SIL with a good translation background, we thought, well, we can do something and share information, the correct information. And to do that, we had to partner with the other people that are unusual partners, the Ministry of Health partners. Another rationale, why those 4 languages? It is because, as I said, we are already working on the materials, and we have staff at the office who are already keen in sharing the material, and they were speaking those languages, or they are speakers of those languages, and they had already, even before this program or this project came of age, they had these materials had already been put in our portal that I said contains numerous materials from all over the world. And among other languages, among the languages that were there are these 4 languages. So that's why we picked those languages, not using any other criteria. Next, please. The design considerations. We were, as I said, in that portal or in that resource, there are materials that are booklets, there are comics, there are posters. So we had to make a choice. What do we use? We also had to make a choice in regard to what colors would we use. Maybe given a chance, I will be showing some of these materials physical, although we distributed some digitally. So we had to choose a different color for Tharaka. We had to choose a different color for Gikuyu and a different color for Kamba, and the same for Samburu. Why? Because we wanted to make them catchy. We also wanted to demonstrate the fact that we are not making a one-size-fits-all kind of materials, but they were specific to these communities. To some extent, the colors were also biased towards the preferences by those communities. Target audience. We targeted people who are right there in the locked down areas or places where we could not reach, where these languages were spoken. We could not reach all, so the partners that we identified would tell us what kind of audiences they would get. Remember, meetings were not allowed. However, they had their own way of getting these materials to people, even at the family level. Language choice, I think I've already shared on the language choice, where we chose those languages. Impact measurement. This is an ongoing thing, and I had actually invited some of the beneficiaries of this project to come in, and they would be giving part of that. But it is due. People are asking us what impact has been there on the ground, and that's something that we'll be looking forward to. The resources available, one of the greatest resources available was the social capital. And among the organizations we leaned towards to partners in literacy ministry, which had presence in some of the areas that we are working with, and also the Adult and Literacy Department, the DSCE, Directorate of Adult and Continuing Education. Packaging and printing. We had to send these materials, so we had to package them well so that they don't get destroyed, and we sent them through the courier service that were there to send. And that's how we disseminated our materials. Next, please. When it came to the implementation, remember, as I said, we had priorly translated these materials and put them in the portal. But that was quite different from when we wanted now the material to get to the ground. This shows the difference between digital consumption And when you do material en masse for digital consumption, and when you take the same materials and you deliver them to a community. One of the issues that we encountered is when we gave communities to try out these materials or to read, when we piloted before printing them out, we realized there are some things that would change. Like in Samburu community, Kamba community, the target people we were targeting, they raised an issue to do with the tissue, and they said tissue would be unfamiliar, and they preferred to use handkerchief, and that was acceptable, an acceptable change in our materials to suit those communities. So that is just an indicator of the fact that we had to pilot these materials. The other thing is that there was a lot of control on the materials that go out there on COVID. And we had to seek permission, and we got this permission from health officials at the county levels to distribute our materials in those communities. And as I said, we did a pilot testing, and we got appropriate feedback in regard to color, font, and even in some cases on content. Then after that, we printed our materials and packaged them, and we sent them out. Thank you. Move to the next slide. Let's move on.
Honey? Yes.
Okay, good. What materials are we talking about? One, I'll be showing them in an illustration, just in case I'm not able to show the physical copies that are with me here. We did an A2 poster, which was self-adhesive. We'd use it, it will be stuck on walls, to be stuck on doors. We realized when we moved out and looked out in the market, most of the materials were watered down by weather. They had peeled off, they had been torn. So we had to go on a safer issue. Next material was an A4 laminated mini poster. It is handy and it couldn't change. It wouldn't get weathered, and it would be used as a display. And then these materials have an illustration and a statement. So those two uses of media, the picture and the statement helped understanding of the message, such that even people with low literacy skills could still decode what is happening. For example, if it is to do with washing hands, wash your hands, there's also an illustration to do with washing. Then we had a small mini sticker that we use for vehicles. You'll be seeing this shortly. And people would use it on their tables, diaries, vehicle bumpers, and the like. And they like them a lot. And finally, we had a material that I would call the king material, which was about coronavirus comic book, which we only did in Gikuyu, Kamba, and Samburu. The four materials are the ones that we distributed out there to each of the center that we were giving. You can move to the next slide. Yeah. So you can see that is the menu of the Samburu materials. Topongo Corona, what it means in Samburu, stop Corona. And on the extreme left, what you see on the extreme left is an A4 poster, self-adhesive. With all the information, even without having to understand the language, you can see the first top picture there is to do with keeping distance, the coughing bit, staying at home, getting more information, moving clockwise. And there the other one is, here we can see is to do with, okay, not very clear to me, but you can look at my actual, yeah, don't touch your face. That is to do with don't touch your face. And then the next one is on washing hands. That was the A4 poster. The one in the middle is the bumper poster. You see, we are trying to bring it closer to where they are to stop as a sign, as we have it in traffic. And then the extreme left is the hardy material that we had, an A4 mini poster, again with the information on how to stop or prevent corona. You can move to the next. That was as in regard to Samburu. Then we move to the next language. This is the Gikuyu materials that we did. Again, the same setting as it was in Samburu. Move to the next. This is Tharaka. Again, the same. The three materials. Tharaka had only these three materials, but when we moved to the other, and again, why? Because the material for the last, the booklet was not done in Tharaka before the project. We didn't want to get in translation when we got the project. We can move to the next one. And the last material, that was Canva now. And I hope you are also noting the color coding. We got a very good design here from Tafsiri Printing at BTL. Let's go to next. That was Canva. And finally now is the comic booklet. This one we did only in 3 languages because, as I said, we didn't have it translated before the project. And the blue one is in Gikuyu. The one on the right is Saburu, and the one on top is Kamba. This material catches a lot of my interest because even in our portal, it is done in many languages, and I also want to acknowledge that BTL2 has done translation of this particular booklet in numerous languages that they are working in. Let's move on to the next, and I think what I'll be giving is the lessons learned after. Okay, the target areas. Those are the areas that we targeted. Maybe you'll be wanting to know where we went. We went to Saburu, and we did not go there physically. We owe this to our partners that we worked with on the ground. Here, we were given a class, Lolosuk, which is a teacher who has a literacy class there through Partners in Literacy Ministry, and we gave them this material. We also gave a set of each of the languages that we did to the Directorate of Adult and Continuing Education for use, and if they want to replicate it in their classes, they can reproduce the materials and share there, and some are already showing interest to do that. For Kamba, those are the areas we went to. It may also interest you, the audiences we were reaching out to, the churches, the dispensaries, and the police stations. And for Gikuyu, those are the areas we went to in Kirinyaga and Kiambu counties. And Tharaka, we distributed in Tharaka-Nithi County, in Kathwana in particular. You can go to the next slide. Yeah, just to show you on the extreme left, people in a shop, and then the other one in a dispensary using our materials. This is in Tharaka. Can go next. Yeah, what are the lessons? What are the takeaways? One.
Now, I don't know how much more you have, but
this is the last slide.
Excellent, no problem.
Yeah, this is the last slide, sir, Professor Helga. Language is key. By choosing our languages, by choosing our 4 languages, we helped fund debate. We made people to ask themselves, what do we call mask in Kamba, for example? What do we call mask? So that those debates went on. 2, partnership is crucial. 3, the use of the picture and the statement was helpful. And finally, through this project, we got to create new networks. Thank you.
Timothy, I'm absolutely impressed. What a beautiful project. And I wonder whether Professor Kithaka or Dr. Mutiso or Professor Mutiga, did you know about it? I'm so impressed that SRL started to work on this project. So thank you so much that you and the others have taken on this very important task, because we all know that it's important to stop the spread. And of course, people who are deeply involved in speaking mother tongue, and we still have this area here in Kenya, we know it when we travel, that you really helped and got the idea that these people have to be helped, and so that they can also protect themselves. It's very, very impressive. Thank you. Thank you, Timothy. And thank you so much for sharing that. It's so impressive.
Asante.
We are moving now. I was told Professor Kembo Sure is now here, and I think we should listen to his greetings. Professor Kembo Sure, please.
Thank you, Professor Schroeder. I'm so happy to see you after so many years.
Yes.
And good morning, everyone. I'm sorry for my literacy. I couldn't just get my act together, but eventually I'm here with you. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you so much. And we have now a very interesting contribution from our Dr. Zipporah Otiso, University of Nairobi, together with Jacob Njagi from BTL, and they also tell us what kind of research, for example, one can do in regard to mother tongue languages. Yes, please, Zipporah and Jagi, please.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think I'll go straight away to my slides. I hope they're visible. Are they visible and can you hear me?
We can hear you well, but we don't see anything yet.
Okay, sorry. Let me share my screen. I think I. Sorry, I should be able to share that.
Are you a co-host?
I think I am. Can you see?
No, yeah, it's coming. No problem, please.
We have it. You have it.
All right, thank you. So this morning, I just want to talk about a possible study in one mother language. The title of my study is The Figuration of Idioms in an Agglutinating Language, the case of the Ekekusi language of Kenya. My name is there, so I will not waste time on that. By way of introduction, I want to begin by saying that idioms have been extensively studied in languages such as English, so that when you're thinking about giving an example, for example, in teaching semantics, it's very easy to give an example of an idiom from the English language. And actually, we even have two dictionaries on just idioms. We have the Oxford Dictionary of Idioms, even with a second edition. We also have the Cambridge International Dictionary of Idioms in English, but we don't have this in many other languages. Therefore, there is really need to study and document aspects like idioms in other languages. Something else that I found interesting in why idioms should be studied is the compositeness of the idioms. For example, a language like English, which is not agglutinating as such, we have an idiom like kick the bucket, but the same concept in my language, Ekegusi, will be represented by just one word. So either we can say otonyorire, otimokire, or osirire. So we do not have the free morphemes as we would have for the case in English. So I think it's important to try and figure this out as to how idioms are realized in other languages. The third reason why I think it's important to study some of these aspects in our languages is about the figuration in the idiom. So what comprises idioms in these languages? The Oxford Dictionary of Idioms looks at contemporary and historical phrases, sayings, and proverbs as forming idioms. The Cambridge International Dictionary of Idioms talks about traditional idioms, idiomatic compounds, similes, comparisons, exclamations, and sayings and cliches as forming part of idioms, while other, moving away from the dictionaries, other scholars like Sag and Warsaw think that metaphors, metonymies, hyperboles, or other kinds of figuration actually comprise idioms. So it's like there isn't quite a clear agreement about what is an idiom and what is not. So this fuzziness about what is an idiom and what is not makes it interesting for us to exercise that. So then based on this, what I'll be looking at then is really the composition of the idioms, as well as the figuration of the idioms in Ekegusi. And I'll start by looking at the metaphor-based idioms. I'll just give 3 examples on this in the interest of time and move on. The first one is Korea Mangana. The literal meaning of this is to eat words
but the figurative meaning of this is to talk a lot and talk carelessly. The structure of this is just, it has a verb with the infinitive mark, the to, the root, and the final vowel, followed by a noun phrase. The other example is Omontori Timbo. The literal meaning is a person, a beetle, and the figurative meaning, I left that out, but it means a stupid person, with the structure of a noun following another noun, but the second noun is modifying the first noun. The final example under that is Omontorense. The literal meaning is a person who is down, but the figurative meaning is a poor person. So that the scale of poverty and wealth is looked at like a vertical scale, so that the person who is down is poor, and maybe as one goes up the ladder, they get richer. But it's interesting to note that a person who is up doesn't mean a rich person. And the structure of this, we have the noun followed by a relative clause, that is one who is. We have the metonymy-based idioms, and I give two examples under this. The first one is Kobwata Karambo Komu. The literal meaning is to hold the pen firmly, but the figurative meaning of this is to work hard in one's studies or to excel in studies. Where of course the pen just, is one item that is needed in excellence in academic work, but it kind of represents the whole of academic excellence. The other one is Korea Ogosie. The literal meaning is to eat flour, but the figurative meaning is to put on weight in an approving way. The structure of these two is more or less the same. We have the noun, the verb, and followed by the noun. I think I will not go through all the structures. We have the hyperbole-based idioms. The first one here is Komera Omonto Matenena. The literal translation is to swallow a person while the person is standing, but the figurative meaning of this is to be very angry with someone, with a structure of a verb, a noun, and an adverbial. The next one, you will excuse my language if it sounds vulgar. It is Resaira Irongo. The literal translation is one who defecates at Irongo. And this one, Irongo, is not really translatable into English, but it means a kind of an upper cellar that was used in the olden days to store grain or firewood. And it could approximate to a modern day ceiling. And the figurative meaning of this is a coward. We have the simile-based idioms. The first one here is Koragravuna Omosamaro. The literal meaning is to eat like Omosamaro. This is a person from the Bosamaro, one of the Busi clans. And the figurative meaning of this is to eat a lot in a disapproving manner. And the structure of that is given there. We also have the euphemism-based idioms, and I decided to just pick on two top sub areas. We have those that relate to pregnancy and those that relate to giving birth. So the ones that relate to pregnancy, we have kovereka. The literal meaning of this is to carry a baby astride on the back. We also have kwebwa terania. The literal meaning is to be entangled with. We can also talk about korosa, to be tired. This is just one word idioms, not like English, where we can have, 2 or 3 words. And the structure of this, we have the infinitive marker, the root, and the final vowel. Then we also have and a final euphemism-based idiom under pregnancy is people say are omoteigoro, meaning she's on top of a tree. But all this generally mean to get pregnant. And the analysis I have done below there, I tried to even cross out the verb, because, for example, the word are has both the pronoun and the verb incorporated in between. I mean, in the same morpheme, and then there's the noun and the adverbial. We have the euphemism-based idioms that relate to giving birth. So we can talk about okonyekire, the literal meaning is she has been helped. Ogonkire, the literal meaning is she has breastfed someone. Onyoromogeni, she has found a visitor. Oikire kurumotegoro, she has come down from a tree. But the figurative meaning of that is just to give birth. I also feel that the language uses understatement to structure its idioms. For example, when we talk about Omontobwate Tongoro or Esiringi, the literal meaning is a person who has a 10-cent coin or a shilling. Of course, very, a very small denomination in terms of, when you look at money, but the figurative meaning of this is a wealthy person. So it's kind of an understatement. And the next one is Omontobwate Ropia. The literal meaning is a person who has a rupee, which is the Indian currency. It's not even in use in Kenya, but still with the same figurative meaning of a person who is wealthy. So looks like the Gusii people maybe don't quite want to show off when they're very rich, and they kind of use understatements to talk about this. In conclusion, I want to say that it is all right to convey meaning simply in our languages, but I feel that it is more rewarding to deliver meanings figuratively. It is therefore quite essential to study and document various features and forms of figuration of our mother languages, lest people think that maybe these languages are not so rich like English. They don't have things like idioms. They don't have various forms of expressions which exist in languages like English. And I think that if we were to document and study these various aspects of our mother languages, then it will be a way towards actualizing the language policy as we know it. And it will also be a way of promoting the actualization of the new curriculum, the CBC, which is really advocating the teaching and the use of mother languages or mother tongues in the curriculum. And just to end up, I will end with one idiom, which says, Monyo mache maya. The literal translation of this is, may you take or drink good water. But in the COVID times, this one means, may God protect you, may you promote peace, may you prosper, may you be blessed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sipora. And I must add, we have many students of our university in our department have actually undertaken the study of idioms in many of the mother tongue, and they are speaking as MA project. Now, we are also listening to Njage from BTL about some research. Is that correct? Jacob?
Yeah, mine will be more about all the work that we have done across a spectrum of about 5 years. I don't know whether you can see my screen.
Yeah. And can you make it a full slide, please?
Yes, I'm doing that.
And please observe time, huh? But go ahead, please. Make it a full slide. Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, my presentation will be a milestone, the milestone of BTL, or rather what we have done in the past close to 5 years. I will not be very detailed because we have done so many things that might not fit within a time frame of about 15 or so minutes that you have allocated us. In the future, we could be able to share a more specific study that we have done, because we have done a few of them. But right now, this will just be an overview. And I'm happy also to report to you that at BTL, we are excited because we are celebrating 40 years of our existence. So as University of Nairobi is celebrating 50 years, we have also been doing language work in this country for the last 40 years. And we are very, very happy and excited about it. Bible translation and literacy was established in 1981, just as I just said. We are now 40 years old. to facilitate the Bible translation and the sustainable language and literacy development programs among small language groups in Kenya and beyond, partnering with the church and others to fulfill Great Commission. And when we say others, I mean organizations like the University of Nairobi, some government institutions, and other stakeholders in the area of literacy and the translation work. So we partner with so many people there, and we are very excited because of our partnership with the University of Nairobi, especially the Department of Linguistics, that has lasted many, many years. We are happy about it. Bible translation and literacy, or rather the status of Kenya, we deal with a lot of aspects, but one of them is the study of languages. And when we go into the study of language, we begin by studying the orthographies and analyzing it and bringing it down into writing. And so far, this is the status of the Kenyan orthography. This is debatable that in this country, we have about 62 languages that are spoken or that are out there. And in these 62 languages, we have got that the 6 languages that have got established orthographies. We have got 5 languages that have got working orthographies. We have got 10 languages that have got tentative orthographies. And that we have about 7 languages that have no orthography at all. And the others that we are not sure whether the languages exist or whether they are extinct completely. And unfortunately, we will not have time to go into the details to tell you which these are, but the information is available. We can share with you later if people are interested. And these are some of the communities that we in BTL spend time in within Kenya. There are so many of them. My national director already told you that we are working in over 20 languages at the moment, and these are the languages that we are actually working on. We are doing different things to do with the language work and language development in Kenya. So in the past 5 years, we have done sociolinguistic studies where we go to communities, try to study the language in terms of trying to establish whether that language is in existence, whether it is viable, and whether we can begin work in their midst. And in these past few years, we did work in Kabras. We also studied Sengwer or Cherangani. And we also did work amongst Nubi and Wardei, all of Kenya. And we have got studies backed up somewhere within BTL to that effect. We have also been able to develop orthographies in various languages, and these are some of the examples that we have developed so far. We have done orthography for Kabaras. We have also done Sengwel and the Cherangani. Actually, the alphabet chart that you see on my screen here is from Sengwel or Cherangani. And then we have also done Ogiek and the Tachoni, and it was reported here by the chair and my director that just the other day on Saturday, there was a dedication in Ogiek for the Book of Luke. And we arrive at this after we have developed an orthography to be able to write those scriptures or the scripture in the language. So this is what is being reported here, that we did orthography in that language, in that community. And we are happy to report that Professor Jane Oduor was involved in this process, and we are happy. Thank you so much for your participation in Ogiek. And I think that's why you also went down there to see what was happening. In the area of literacy, we have got 2 aspects of literacy. One, we have what we call mother tongue-based literacy. In this, we set up classes where we equip learners with the basic reading and using mother tongues. We also deal with transition literacy classes. In transition, we mean there are people who know how to read English, they know how to read Swahili, but they can't read and write their mother tongue. So we come up with and programs that we are able to transition them from the English and the Swahili and help them to read and write their mother tongues. So we are involved quite a lot with that. We are also involved in functional literacy. In functional literacy, we develop materials in agriculture, in health, in so many other areas based on the felt needs of the communities that we work with. We develop these materials. We help them understand and learn what is happening in their community through their own language. And at this point, I need to note that we were able also to translate Corona materials this past year to all of our 20 or so languages, and we distributed them there. And unfortunately, I was not able to get a sample of a photo, which I would have showed you here, but we have done that and distributed them in our communities. And every year, as an organization, every project or where we are based, we develop calendars, mother tongue-based calendars, which is distributed in that community in the mother tongue. And through those calendars, we have seen them raising a lot of debate about languages. You may want to know that traditionally, most of our languages have earned ways of naming months, ways of naming the 7 days of a week, but all this information is getting lost with time. But when we go to these communities, we do research and we find how they used to name the 12 months of the year and how they name the 7 days of a week. And when we do a calendar like that, we have seen a lot of excitement, and our distribution is, we never satisfy the need in most of the communities. Something else that we do under literacy is that we do what we call mother tongue education program. In the past 5 years, I know we have done in so many other communities, but the last about 5 years, we have been working in Kwale, Kilifi, and the Tana River counties. We have developed materials for the early classes, class 1, 2, and 3, in partnership with KCB and mother tongue, and that material is available in the schools as we speak. The teachers are using them, and the communities are happy about it in mother tongue, in all subjects, both English, mathematics, science, name them. We have materials in this community. And something else that we do is that in the preservation of language, we develop dictionaries. The past 5 years, we have been able to develop a diglot in Isamburu language. And at the moment, I can report to you that work is underway to produce a triglot dictionary in a language called the Luana that we are working in. And very soon, it will also be out in the public. And we also do Bible translation. And so far in the past year, we have been able to finish Old Testament translations in the languages that you see there, the Raka, Giriama, Digon, Ruma, and the Pokomo. And we have also been able to finish complete New Testament for the Rendile, Samburu, Ilchamus. And as I mentioned earlier, we are just dealing with the major milestones. We gained so many portions, like the one that was mentioned in Ogieki. We have done in almost every language that we work in, but time would not allow, we will not have enough space on the slide to mention all the communities, all the languages where we have dedicated a portion. But I can assure you, we have dedicated dozens of Bible portions in the communities that we work in. Yes, something else that we do is that we do mother tongue audio visual content. We record the Jesus film, we translate it and record into almost all the communities that we serve. We also record scripture portions and the Bible, complete the Bible into mother tongue. And this is meant to aid those of the communities that are not able to read or they have got visual impairment. And these two aspects of our work has also been very impactful in our communities, especially because it is in mother tongue. We are happy about it. And it's good to let you know that as we celebrate 40 years as BTL, we are almost finishing the work in this country, and it's not that we are going to sleep. After that, we are moving on to Tanzania, to Uganda, to South Sudan, and probably Sudan itself. And we will continue this mission of developing languages and impacting the communities that we serve in, even beyond this country, in their mother tongues. And this is where it is ended, and we are excited about it. We look forward to what the Lord will help us to accomplish. Thank you, and God bless you so much.
Thank you so much, Jacob, Mr. Njagi, and we are very impressed, and thank you for giving us this summary. And also congratulations to your 40th birthday of BTL. You know, that is so good to hear, and thanks so much for your good work. And I think most of us can just agree, and we are happy about your work. Thank you so much. I think we were greeted by Professor Kembo Sure, but we have not talked, we haven't heard from him about multilingual education network. Can you give us a few minutes and tell everybody what multi-educational network is standing for?
Hello, everyone.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam
Hello.
Chair. Can you all hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, I'm coming rather late when everything else is nearly everything else has been said, but I'll take just a few minutes to mention a few things about MLE. Now, MLE is a network. If you like, you can call it a movement. And it is the network of academicians, researchers, and practitioners out there. We are coming together because of our interest in language. And language first is mother tongue. And when we are talking about mother tongue, if everybody is allowed to use their mother tongue, it means we are going to have multilingualism. And that means that our first name, MLE, our first name is actually diversity. We are celebrating diversity. We are recognizing the dignity of difference, that we have to accept people that are different from us. The thing, our belief in MLE is that the default position in the world is that people use more than one language in any one setting. So that trying to force people to use one language is really a misnomer. So even in situations where you have one language, depending on your definition of language, you'll find some varieties of that one language. So we can talk about dialect or just accents. So what we are saying here is, in MLE, we are recognizing and celebrating difference, accepting those who are different from us. Now, to do this, we are looking at the different aspects of human life that matter to people most. First, people are interested in what is it that gives us food on the table. Can mother tongue help us get food on the table? researchers show that economic development has something to do with the language that is used. So we are saying by encouraging mother tongue use in a community, we are enabling people to engage more actively, more Do you all hear me? I'm getting lost somewhere. Do you all still hear me?
We can hear you, Prof.
Oh, you can. Good.
Yeah.
Lost somehow. Now, what I'm saying, first of the strands that we are interested in MLE is, can mother tongue actually help people put food on the table? Now, researchers show that when people use their mother tongue in development, they work more actively, more creatively, and so they become more productive than when they're using other people's language that they don't understand well enough. Besides, research shows that the mother tongues that we have here are not being used well enough to generate money. For example, we can use mother tongue in advertisement. Look at what Safaricom is doing with the Sheng for advertisement. We can do that with local languages to produce posters, advertisements in newspapers and electronic media, and that means money. Translation is an area where we can use mother tongue to generate money. Makerere University has a huge project in translation of materials into mother tongue for particularly NGOs and government departments. That is mother tongue being used to generate funds. The second strand that concerns people is politics. In MLE, we recognize the importance of using mother tongue in political communication. Just listen to mother tongue radios in Kenya and you realize how actively people get involved in the politics of the country in their mother tongue. It's different from forcing them to use Kiswahili, which they don't understand very well, or English, which some of them don't really know well enough. So mother tongue means more participation in politics. It means more democracy. It means inclusivity. And this is what we are interested in. The third one is human aspect. The dignity of the users of a language is demonstrated in what Tim and Njagi have just given us. People get really excited when they see materials done in their own language. At the occasion to attend a ceremony where we were launching, I was at the University of Addis Ababa in 2007, and we were launching a primer, just a primer, the first primer in a language called Sheki, somewhere northwest of Addis Ababa, towards the border with Sudan. And you can't believe it, 2 days of celebration just to launch the first primer in the language called Sheki. That is just how important it is for people to see their language being used. So it enhances dignity of a people. It is something to do with their cultural pride. The third aspect that we are interested in, and the most important, is education. When children are taught in their mother tongue, of course, they get more involved in class, they think more creatively, they develop faster. And this has been documented in many research reports, which we can check. I would like to stop at that because this might be coming up during the panel discussion, so we can do a bit of elaboration on what it is that MLNE is interested in. But the last one, the education one, is the most important for us because education is seen, effective education that is seen as really the highway to all other rights that we need as citizens of any country. So, Madam Chairman, let me stop at that so that we can follow up some of these ones during the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. And he already gave us the keyword of what is coming next, because we are opening now for a panel discussion. And this one is led by Professor Jane Mutiga, a member now of MLEN and the director of the Center of Translation, University of Nairobi. Jane, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Schroeder and colleagues. The University of Nairobi management, distinguished guests, colleague researchers and linguists, and all academics, our beloved students, the University of Nairobi, and others from other universities. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time when we are going to celebrate our ideas about society and ideas about language. And we are going to do this through a panel. We have 4 experts who are academics and researchers and experts in matters language. I'm going to invite them now as I introduce them. And I will request if it's possible for them to put on their videos so that the audience can see them. And if you have a challenge in keeping your video on, perhaps just when you're speaking, you could do that. And if that is not possible, just briefly then. We have Professor Kithaka Wamberia. Professor Kithaka Wamberia, my mentor, my lecturer, and I'm very proud to be able to host you this morning. Kithaka Wamberia is from the University of Nairobi, the Department of Linguistics and Languages. And we also have Professor Kembo Sure. He has just addressed us a while back. And Professor Kembo Sure is a member of the MLEN, and he's a retired professor of Moi University. We have Dr. Joyce Wangia. Dr. Wangia?
Yes, I'm here.
Dr. Wangia? Yes, Joyce Wangia is a senior lecturer at Kenyatta University department. That department has changed its name. I may not be able to say the whole name at this point, but she's a linguist and teaches linguistics at the department, the former Department of Linguistics and English, or English and Linguistics, which has a new name now. Welcome, Joyce. And finally, we have Professor Chege Githiora. Professor Githiora? Professor Chege Githiora is also from Kenyatta University and from the same department with Dr. Joyce Wangia. Professor Githiora, are you with us this morning? Okay. When Professor Githiora joins,
He's already
moderator, if you could alert me, please. Yes, thank you. This is the order in which we are going to engage our panelists. I have isolated some issues from our theme, and we will basically be focusing on the theme, its width and breadth, and perhaps we will do some in-depth interrogation about some matters. So I will, I have grouped the researchers or the academics who are forming our panel today into two, and I wanted to ask them in twos to comment or give their views on certain issues that I have isolated. Now that Professor Githiora is not here, I had assigned the first question to him and Dr. Joyce Wangia. So I will ask this question to you, Joyce, to think through and respond. And should he join in time, then we will ask him. I will give the first round of questions so that you can think through. But Joyce, I'll put you on the floor right away.
Sorry, Professor Chege Githioga is with us. He's there.
Thank you. Yes, yeah, Professor Githiora, can you please show your face to the audience briefly?
Long time. Can you see not me? Can you see me?
Yes, while we wait for him to put on his video, this is the question that
yes. He's there. I can see him. I don't know why you don't see him. He's waving his hand.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I will look for him. Thank you, Professor Githiora.
Good morning.
Yes, I see you. Yes, I see you. I'm well, thank you. Nice to see you. Welcome.
We've not talked since that time.
Yes, we will be in touch after this.
Okay.
Yeah, so this question comes to you, Professor Githiora, and Dr. Wangia. I would like the two of you to give your views in 5 minutes each on multilingual education in the face of the Kenyan new curriculum, the CBC. I would like you to focus on the preparedness of the Ministry of Education to offer this curriculum in the face of multilingualism, any anticipated challenges that you as a scholar foresee, and what expectations the country has. Multilingualism in the face of CBC, what preparedness the country has through the Ministry of Education, what challenges you see as a scholar, and what expectation the country has on this, on the CBC and the whole process. I will be giving you the floor shortly. After you, we will have Professor Kithaka Wamberia and Professor Kembo Sure, and you will comment on multilingualism and the public sector, the public space. Basically, public participation, especially in the devolved system of governance in Kenya, focusing on the participation of the grassroots population on the development agenda. I want you to think about the county parliaments and the debates that are taking place there. I would like you to think of dissemination of information through the county governance to the grassroots, to the farmers and the pastoralists and everyone down there. What language reaches them? And what language comes through from the experts? Then, so we will do those two questions in the first round. Could you please take the floor now, Joyce and Chege? We're starting with Joyce. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor Jane, and all the participants. I acknowledge you, and I'm grateful for this opportunity. Let me respond directly to that question, and then I'll give some time to Professor Githiora. Now, yes, we all know we have a new curriculum in place. The stakes for multilingual education or specifically mother tongue instruction are very high, probably so much so theoretically. And I think Professor Muchiga would like us to speculate on what do we expect, what level of success do we expect, and what a level of preparedness, where are we at the moment? Okay, I'm happy to respond to this question, which I think is very, very critical in our CBC implementation. Now, we are happy that the CBC has acknowledged, and in a very strong way, and given direction that mother tongue should be not just taught, but it should be the mode or the medium of instruction, at least in the first 3 grades. Meaning that apart from teaching mother tongue as a language, when the teachers are teaching other subjects, mathematics, science, geography, whatever, they are ideally they should teach those languages in mother tongue. I think from my the little investigation that I have done, that policy is very good on paper, but I am afraid to say that we are probably not as well prepared as we ought to, because just early this year, I think it was in January, I was trying to find out how many books, because as a study I'm doing, and I wanted to know how many languages have instructional materials. For example, I was actually interested in math and science, because those are the concentration areas that they are being taught in this the first 3 grades. And to my dismay, I found that actually there are few books in mother tongue, but the few books that are there in mother tongue are just for the language itself. But the books that teachers would use to teach, say, geography or hygiene, nutrition activities, we do not have those materials. I think there is an effort being made by KICD to have those materials in place, but we are yet to have the materials actually delivered to the schools. So I think, Professor, your guess will be, and for the other participants, your guess is as good as mine. If already this is supposed to be happening, and the books are still in print, and in some languages, we are yet to start producing the books. Maybe at best, what we would be expecting from our teachers is to teach just the mother tongue as a language. But let me, because I don't know, you might stop me very soon. I want to say something about attitudes. In my view, we are also yet to confront the attitudes that are against implementation of this policy. So whereas we as linguists know very well the benefits of teaching the mother tongue, maybe the Ministry of Education and so on, but we have a critical mass of stakeholders in the form of parents and teachers, and even the learners themselves, who are maybe yet to have a buy-in in the fact that there is some credit in using mother tongue. Some of them are obvious to us. You know, parents believe that their children are learning when they come home speaking English. So when you tell them that they will come home speaking mother tongue, that's an uphill task. Teachers believe that the children will perform, the learners will perform well in exams if they learn English. But if they learn mother tongue, it will bring their performance down. So what are we doing? Have we confronted those? What have we found in research to take down to the stakeholders so that we can help them to see the benefits of actually using mother tongue in schools? So I would just single out those 2 things. There's the issue of attitudes and the issue of preparedness in terms of lack of materials. We are not yet there. and therefore that remains a challenge.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Joyce Wangia. Professor Shege Yithiora, please take the floor now.
Can you all hear me? Can you hear me?
Get closer to your microphone. We can hear you, but from a distance.
Okay. Yes. I will stop that in a minute. Yes. I don't know. I'm not sure why the microphone is so low, but I just wanted to first of all thank you all for organizing this event. It is a very important event and a very important day. And the little history we have been told about its origins is also very, very encouraging. I can only really say pretty much what Dr. Wangia has already explained. I have had the opportunity to have a look at the content of the proposal for the CBC, but not in full detail. But the main challenge I see is about content, learning materials. This is one of the biggest problems I can see because we do not have enough books. We need to write more books. We need to write more primers for the children. The content needs to be available in digital format as well. I'll come back to that later. Now, the second thing I think is very important is teacher training. Language teaching or language pedagogy is slightly different from other types of pedagogy. I think one of the important things is we are going to accomplish the teaching and inculcation of the value for mother tongue in primary schools. It is by having competent teachers who at the same time appreciate what exactly they are doing. And in so doing, they will be able to pass on the enthusiasm to the children themselves. The third big challenge I think we have is, again, what has been said by Dr. Wangia, or what I call the psychic disbelief in our languages. Many of us, as has been stated often, other than the linguists ourselves, many people, Africans, Kenyans and Africans in general, we have a slightly poor image of our languages. But again, Professor Sure has explained one of the main reasons, and that is economics. In other words, our languages are not yet linked to upward socio-economic mobility. And therefore, that discourages many people, many speakers, many Africans, of children, and especially their parents, from wishing to engage more with our languages because they do not see the material benefits. But there is hope. When I look at the so-called vernacular TV and radio stations, I can see that there is a surging of hope for our languages, because there are many people involved in the industry who are making a handsome living from using their own mother tongue. And I think this is one area which we can very much we can push for them by encouraging production content in our mother tongue. At the same time, content that is acceptable, including on an international level, because that will help shed off this image of our languages as only suitable for the home state, for the marketplace, and for the rural areas. Now, by adding value to our languages through encouraging translation, the translation industry, as we mentioned, by encouraging their use in writing, by encouraging our artists, our writers, our language activists, these need to be supported by policymakers, because these are the people who actually take the message to the people. So I would say, in addition, if we want to support the CBC, we must also support language practitioners, artists, writers, scholars like ourselves, to be more engaged in helping implement the CBC. Now, linked to that, and again, this has been mentioned, so I'm sort of rehashing some points. I think the point raised by the Bible translation project people is very, very important. Orthography. Orthographies are really essential in promoting a reading culture. When people accept an orthography, then they are more likely, they feel empowered, feel encouraged, they feel they belong and that they own that particular language, and therefore they are more engaged with this. There is ample evidence, including some of my own research, to indicate that many people, some people, I should say, refuse to read because, or rather, they are unable to read, in quotes, because they have not mastered the orthography of their own languages. And therefore, you find very many people say, oh, I don't read Gikuyu because I find it too difficult to read. And the reason is they have not been trained in that orthography. Many people don't know, for example, how to put the tilde on the Gikuyu vowels. A very simple process if you're using a computer. But that alone can challenge many people and stop them from engaging and reading more in our language.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I would say that those four things: content, learning materials, fighting the poor image of African languages, teacher training, and enhancing the economics of our own languages. All this is very much help in implementing CBC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Chege Githiora. We will come back to you and Joyce later on another question. We'll ask Professor Kembo Sure to take the floor now on public participation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Public participation is linked to what we've just talked about in the preparedness for CBC. And my take here is, as long as we retain the old language policy in education, that we have only 3 years of primary education through mother tongue, we are not going to go anywhere. So all these things are tied to the policy, including the Constitution itself. The Constitution specifies which are the official languages in Kenya. We have Kiswahili and English. So in the public space, you are expected to use the official language. That means that with devolution, if you are going to be an MCA, you are required to have attained some level of education, and you can speak and write good English, good Kiswahili, not good Kokomo, not good Tiriki. And that means that we are tied, we are constrained by our own laws. So devolution has not devolved language at all. Devolution of a language should have meant that in Kajiado, they spoke Kiswahili, I beg your pardon, Maasai at the county assembly, but that does not happen. Now, do we want to keep it this way? If you watch the level of participation by the MCAs, if you go to their debates, it's appalling, because people just struggle to say what they want to say. And that goes with Parliament, the National Assembly, and the Senate. There are so many members that struggle to say what they want to say in English. A lot of them don't even know Kiswahili enough to participate in the debates in Kiswahili. So we have a big, big problem. I would want to imagine that Kenyans would be brave enough to allow counties to use more than just Kiswahili and English, so that in counties where we have all just speaking one language, to participate in debates in that language. If they have to use English and Kiswahili, then we have to have translation, because that happens elsewhere. But to force people to speak English and Kiswahili and they are not good enough is a tragedy for those who are making the laws. Public participation is also a tragedy. If you go to public participation meetings, sometimes the county officials insist that they speak in English, because most of the documents are written in English, or not most, but all of them are written in English. And so the officials themselves cannot explain government policy or the county policy in the local languages. And that means that we still go back to the policy of the official language being English or Kiswahili. So we have a problem here that has to be looked into. What more would I say about that? Let me leave the rest to my colleague. We can come back to it later.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Mberia, please take this question of public participation to the grassroots and help us to appreciate the issues that our people at the grassroots level grapple with when they have to understand policies and programs that are designed for them in a language they don't speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mutiga. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
Prof. Yes, take the floor.
Thank you so much, Professor Mutiga, for inviting me to participate in this webinar and for introducing me. And let me also commend, those who have gone before me, who have spoken before me, speakers. Your presentations have been really, really impressive, illuminating on the issues that we are talking about. Having said that, let me say that we stand the risk of being accused of preaching water and drinking wine. Why do I say this? I say this because we are here to celebrate mother languages, but we shouldn't go further than just celebration to actually practicing what we preach. In other words, it's not just enough to talk, to glorify, to praise the Luo and Chindigo and Kitaraka and Kinduruma. We really need to put into practice what we are advocating. And it is for this reason, ladies and gentlemen, that I'm going to celebrate in practical terms one of the mother languages in Kenya. I am going to celebrate in practical terms Kiswahili, which is both a mother tongue in this country, but also a national and official language. I speak 3 languages quite well. I speak English, I speak Kiswahili, and I speak Kitaraka. Today, as a day of celebration, I choose to focus more on Kiswahili and Kitaraka. But I won't use Kitaraka because Kitaraka is an intra-ethnic language. Kiswahili is a supra-ethnic language. Kiswahili is inter-ethnic language. It's a language that, although the roots are ethnic, although the roots are it's a mother tongue, but it has gone beyond that point. So I am going to speak in one of the Kenyan mother languages. Mabibi na mabwana, swali ambalo nimeulizwa na Profesa Mutiga ni kuongea juu ya umuhimu wa lugha za asili za kienyeji katika kushiriki umma katika masuala muhimu katika jamii. Swala la demokrasia katika nchi hii halitakamilika mpaka pale ambapo tutatilia maanani nafasi ya lugha kama chombo cha mawasiliano. Demokrasia yetu haitakamilika mpaka pale ambapo Wakenya wa matabaka mbalimbali, Wakenya wa maeneo mbalimbali, Wakenya wa makabila mbalimbali wataweza kueleza matakwa yao, kueleza maslahi yao, kueleza wanayotaka na kuweza kwa namna vizuri na kuelewa yale ambayo yanatoka Nairobi katika kiwango cha taifa, yale ambayo yanatoka mjini Meru kama ni kaunti ya Meru, yale ambayo yanatoka mjini Kisumu kama ni kaunti ya Kisumu. Bila hivyo hakuna kabisa kukamilika kwa demokrasia. Hivi sasa tunazungumza juu ya kubadilisha katiba, na hati hii ya kubadilisha katiba imeandikwa kwa lugha ya Kiingereza. Sidhani ni watu wangapi katika eneo la kwetu Tharaka, sijui ni watu wangapi ambao wanaweza kuelewa ile hati na kuweza kutoa uamuzi, si kulingana na vile ambavyo wanaambiwa na mbunge, sio vile wanaambiwa na gavana, sio vile wanaambiwa na seneta, lakini kutokana na akili ambayo Mungu amewapatia. Uamuzi ambao tunafanya kwa hivi sasa, uamuzi ambao watu wanafanya Nyakach, Mbololo, Mondogashe, Kamkujwa, wanafanya uamuzi wanafanya uamuzi wa mageuzi ya katiba kulingana na vile wameelezwa na wale ambao wanasukuma mbele mustakabali wa wale wanasukuma mbele suala la BBI. Kama ingeliwezekana miaka ya nyuma, ikiwa kuna jambo kama hili, ikawa hati kama hiyo muhimu sana imetafsiriwa kwa lugha mbalimbali za nchi hii. Njagi alituambia ni lugha 66. Kuna wengine ambao wanasema ni 43, na ninapenda sana vile alivyosema Njagi, maana yake alisema kama. Maana yake mwanaisimu ambaye ana ujuzi wa isimu anajua ugumu wa kuhesabu lugha zetu hizi. Ni vigumu sana kusema kwamba hizi ni 44 au ni 55 au ni 60. Kwa hivyo Njagi alisema ni 60, ni kama 60. Nashukuru sana. Kwa hivyo jambo hili la kushiriki linahitaji tutilie mkazo na maanani lugha, lakini naweza kuinua jambo hili, naweza kuweza jambo hili na kusema kwamba ni kukiuka haki za binadamu. Wakenya hatuna haki za kidemokrasia. Maanake demokrasia inakuhitaji kwamba wewe ujieleze na ueleweke, na kama kuna sera kutoka kiwango cha taifa, ile sera ielezwe na ieleweke na watu ambao wanashiriki. Kwa hivi sasa, tangu mwaka wa 63, haki zetu za kisiasa zimekuwa zikikiukwa. Pili, watu wengi ambao unaona wanafungwa. Kuna watu wengi sana katika Kamiti, katika Manyani, katika Kondiaga, katika jela nyingine kadha katika nchi, ambao kwa hakika hawakufungwa kwa sababu ya kuvunja sheria. Wamefungwa kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu ya kunyimwa ule uwezo wa lugha. Manake Profesa Chege Gediora, ukipatikana mahali kama tuseme Wajiri au Mandera, ufanye kosa, iwe kwa mfano hujui Kiingereza, hujui Kiswahili, wajua atafanya nini? Watatafuta mtu mwingine ambaye ana jina la Kikuyu, watatafuta mtu mwingine ambaye ana jina Kamau au Wainaina au labda Kimathi, wamweke mahakamani ili watafsiri awe mkalimani. Na mara nyingine ule ukalimani ni ukalimani ambao kwa hakika ni wale wa chini sana au haupo. Kwa hivyo mimi naviona kwa kwamba ni kwamba tukifanya vikao vijijini, tukifanya vikao katika kaunti mbalimbali, hatuna budi kuhakikisha kama si leo, labda kesho, kama si kesho ni kesho kutwa, kwamba lazima yale maongezi, yale majadiliano, ile mindahalo iendeshwe kwa lugha zile ambazo watu wanaelewa. Kwa hivyo ikiwa kuna mkutano wa kisiasa Kabonzweni, ule mkutano ufanywe kwa Kikamba. Kama kuna mkutano wa kisiasa au majadiliano ya kisiasa Ahero, ule mkutano ufanywe kwa Dhaluo. Kama kuna mazungumzo Mert au mwondokashi yale mazungumzo yafanywe kwa Kiborana. Kama kuna mkutano katika Garissa, ule mkutano majadiliano yafanywe kwa Kipokamo. Bila hivyo nafikiri tunajidanganya tukisema kwamba tuna demokrasia, tukisema kwamba tuna haki, tukisema kwamba kutakuwa na maendeleo. Asante sana.
Thank you, Professor. Asante sana. Tumekusikia, tumekupata vizuri. Asante. The next set of questions are as follows. So the first question, we will again go to Joyce and Shege, and I would like you to speak to us, to help us appreciate identity and gender parity in the face of multilingualism, just the framing of identity and the framing of gender and gender issues. And I'm going to ask that, that Shege, you take the identity issues, especially where minorities are concerned with the majority languages and the neighborhood relations and politics. And Joyce, I would like you to take the issue of gender and the framing around that in terms of multilingualism. Please restrict yourselves to 4 minutes. After you, then Professor Kembo Sure and Professor Kithaka Wamberia will take the question on multilingualism in the literary space. Multilingualism in the literary space. And Professor Kithaka Wamberia, I would like you to focus on IT, science and technology, and all that in the face of the pandemic, in the face of Corona. And Professor Kembo Sure, I would like you to focus on what is in it for me. Why would anyone want to promote mother tongue? The what is in it for me question. And again, please restrict yourselves to 4 minutes. Chair, could you please take the floor before Joyce this time? Thank you. Please unmute Professor Shege.
Sorry, I got it now. Yeah. Okay, once again, I just want to say thank you again for the invitation. Very quickly, one thing we have to agree, I think we all agree on, is that mother tongue has a huge influence in defining the personality of an individual. And this is because mother tongue is a language which a child starts hearing after being born. And therefore, it also helps to providing a definite shape to emotions, thoughts, and activities. Learning the mother tongue is also very important in enhancing critical skills, because problem solving requires language. And in order to solve problems, you need to use a language that you can confidently use. So in terms of identity, mother tongue is extremely important, and it has to be given its rightful place. Now, one thing I would like to point out, leading from the earlier conversation, is that even as we are talking about mother tongues and developing content, I'm also slightly worried, because you've mentioned minority languages and groups. I'm slightly worried about possible future inequalities already existing, but they can be exacerbated if the CBC is implemented while some languages have a lot of content available to them and others do not. We learned this morning that only about half of Kenyan languages, 36 out of the 61 or 62 languages that we have an established orthography. The rest do not. Some do not even have not even started. So if we are going the CBC way and we are going the mother tongue way, then we need to be prepared. Otherwise, we can lead to more inequalities between some of the bigger minority languages and the really small minority languages. Finally, because you mentioned about the minority perspective, I should like to say that this is where mother tongue becomes even more crucial, because the feeling of being left out can be reduced thoroughly by inclusion of a minority language in the community. We have inherited this idea of monolingualism is good for the nation. And it's for the same reason that English was left as the language to keep people together. Some Nigerians and others in Africa still insist, for example, that English is still the best way out of, for dealing with the great multilingualism. However, we must also remember that these other languages also must represent an important aspect of our national culture. Now, the very doctrine that we inherited from European nations of one language, one nation, one Germany, one German language, one France, one French language. Now, this has already turned back because now those nations which formally declare themselves monolingual, as it turns out, they're actually highly multilingual. And so here in Africa, I think we should abandon the idea of one language is good for national unity. It is not necessarily the case. We can have one single language and still have this unity. So in short, what I would like to say is that if we are going to protect minorities in this country, we must look after their languages. We must put them in the front line in developing and assisting in developing those languages. So in this sense, the CBC has a lot of work to do, or rather ourselves. And I should end by emphasizing Professor Wamberi's point. Ningependa pia kusema ndio ni lazima tuhimize matumizi ya lugha zetu za kitaifa. Wala tu sio lugha moja ya kitaifa, lakini lugha zote zetu za nchini, zote ni muhimu, zote zinasimamia utambulisho fulani wa kila mmoja wapo wa Mkenya, na kila lugha ni muhimu, na kwa hivyo lazima zote zihifadhiwe. Nashukuru sana, asante.
Asante sana Professor. Dr. Joyce.
Thank you again to have an opportunity to come back and talk about multilingualism and gender parity. If I may start maybe perhaps on a lighter note, to just say that I think most of our African communities are patriarchal. And so I don't know whether this somehow could impact negatively on when we say mother tongue. I wonder whether it would have been better if it was father tongue. Probably it would have been taken more seriously. And I'm thinking more so when, for example, in our school curriculum, we are saying mother tongue the first 3 years of school. And most of the teachers who teach at that level are actually women. So in fact, my argument is that by just the very fact that of saying only standard 1 or grade 1 to 3 is where we emphasize, after that we transition to English, it already trivializes the importance because it's like it is just for children and maybe even children and women, because mainly it's women who are teaching it. I would like to see a very strong policy where in the university we are teaching. Every university student should take a common unit in mother tongue, and some who may opt, they can do a degree in mother tongue. I would like to see that affirmative action. But maybe also to comment on another note about the issue of gender, I think we know that language is a very critical tool that we have in communication. And sometimes it's a double-edged tool. And we know that many are the times when language has been used to alienate people. And the alienation can come in different forms. We have seen people use language to alienate people in terms of power, politics, and even access to opportunities. If you don't speak my language, then I would rather, even if you merited, I would want to look for somebody who speaks my language. Then they get whatever another person would have got, even if they didn't deserve. And so, I mean, those are some of the negative realities we have to deal with, the negative side of language. So that we can extend that even to gender, issues of gender parity. Language also has been used to alienate people along gender lines. you know, the way language has been used sometimes to paint, let's say the female, the females, for example, we find that there are some terms that are used in a derogatory manner. If it's a female who is a CEO, maybe the people will refer to them as mama, which may be okay, but other times it's not really that it's mama because she's a bit of a lesser being. But if the CEO is a man, then they don't call him Baba, apart from, of course, the Baba we know, the only one Baba in Kenya. You know, they will Mheshimiwa and so on and so forth. So there are many examples we could give, but I wouldn't want to really delve into that because of time. But I say that, yes, this is something we have to be sensitive about, that in our multilingual quest, how are we addressing the negative? Because we can also use language to build gender in a very positive way. But we can also use it to alienate people so that people end up being looked down upon. People end up being even denied access to certain resources, and so on and so forth. And so I would want to maybe just leave it at that, but allow me to use, maybe I'm thinking I have 1 minute left, to just make an observation that came to my mind when Professor Wamberia was talking. And yes, the issue of preaching water, is it preaching water and drinking wine, or drinking wine and preaching water?
Either way.
When you want to drink.
Yes, I'm thinking that in this era where we are, we need to do a lot of investment if we are to succeed in actually getting our languages on the national and international arena. And I think that one of the ways we can exploit are the digital solutions that we have at the moment. Because even if you are saying we have a public rally in Kajiado and it is in Maasai, the reality is that there will be a portion of the population there that will be listening that don't speak Maasai. Because we know most of our places are now semi-cosmopolitan, if not cosmopolitan. So we should, and I think you mentioned this, we should invest in translation. But I'm just thinking that there is even a conference like this. Supposing one of us decided to present in Gikuyu, for example, couldn't we have a screen translation or voiceovers? I was thinking about this when our entertainers were presenting to us a poem in Maasai. I really wished I could understand what the poem was saying. And that would have been a good point where we could have done screen translation. So let us invest more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joyce. We now give the floor to the two professors. Our Professor Kembo Sure, you could take the floor now, and please use 4 minutes, and your issues are with the benefits. Just so what is there for us, and please focus on the space, on the literary space, on the science space, just literacy and science around the ICT and all. And then Professor Wamberia will come and wind up that by helping us to appreciate science and technology, and especially medical science in the face of a global pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question is rather tricky. I don't know where it starts and ends, but let me say one thing. Following what we've said before, I would like us to look at multilingualism as a resource, but a very special kind of resource that is not scarce, like the material resources. It is a resource that we have to use and use rationally, so that where English is supposed to be the most effective medium, we use it. Where Kiswahili is the best, we use it. But where we are talking about other languages, so other mother tongues, then we know where mother tongue is best required. That's the reason I was saying that as long as CBC is pegged on the same policy of 3 years only for mother tongue, we're not going to go very far. Because I'm going to talk about, if we're talking about literary taste, we're talking about creativity. You cannot express your creativity in a language that you do not know well enough. You need a language to think creatively. You need a language to dream. Literary creativity involves creating a universe that does not exist and yet so realistic. Now that cannot happen if you are using a language that you don't know. We need mother tongue for creativity. And mother tongue here should also not be understood to mean only a language that is African, that is Kenyan. There are some Kenyan children that actually grow up in an environment where English is actually their mother tongue. And you can notice that difference. You can see how well children that go to private schools that are using English and they're coming from the elite section of the population do wonderful things with English. So mother tongue is not restricted to only African languages. English is the mother tongue of some children in this country. But mother tongue is important for creativity. Mother tongue is important for asserting one's personality. There is the psychosocial part of language that is important. When you are operating in your mother tongue, you feel it. It's the language of the soul. So if you miss it, you're operating in a language that you don't understand very well, you are missing the development of part of your personality. You lose some of your self-confidence when you cannot express yourself effectively in a language. So language is so important, and mother tongue is so critical that in all spheres, as I outlined them earlier on, you need competence in your mother tongue. One thing that one of the panelists mentioned is attitude. Even in literary world, we talk about attitude too. How many people would like to read books written in their mother tongue? Now, apart from parents and children and teachers, we also have the policymakers. When we are doing advocacy, as those interested in multilingualism, we must also focus on one sector that is so critical, and that is the language policy makers. The Ministry of Education has the last word on what is to be taught in school. So we must convince policymakers to be on our side. Experts can give their expert opinion to Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, but that is not to say that what they recommend is going to work. You need to persuade those at the Ministry of Education that what you are recommending, the wine that you are drinking, can get to the people that you are recommending water for. It is not something that we can decide as experts, as linguists, as researchers, but it is something that we must campaign for, to involve other people so that they see our point of view. If they don't, we are not going to go anywhere.
Thank you.
Language policies depend on attitude of the people that use the language.
Thank you.
I'm sure you remember Tanzania had a policy of Kiswahili all of primary school. And you remember children being brought to Kenya to get English medium education because Tanzanians believed that English medium was better than Kiswahili medium. So you can have a wonderful policy, but if your grassroots are not with you, you still fail. So it is something that we have to do collaboratively. Policymakers, researchers, teachers, parents, everybody to be involved so that we can promote mother tongue. But mother tongue is important for all the things you can imagine are important in human life today.
Thank you,
and
Professor.
forever.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Professor Mberia, you will close the curtain on this debate, and please observe 4 minutes. Thank you.
Asante sana Profesa, ila naomba mambo mawili. Naomba kwanza uniongezea muda niwe na dakika 5 badala ya dakika 4. Jambo la pili, naomba uniruhusu kutoka kwenye swali lako nitumie dakika 2 kujibu swali lako. Zile dakika 3 ambazo zitasalia ni zungumzia jambo mawili ambayo naona ni muhimu sana katika mkutano kama huu wa leo.
Umekubaliwa
Profesa. Lugha zetu hizi na teknolojia. Shukran. Tunajua kwamba kila lugha ina uwezo wa kukua. Kuna wakati ambapo Ulaya, Uingereza, baadhi ya watu walikuwa wanasema kwamba Kiingereza kilifaa tu watu ambao walikuwa wanakwenda kuwinda mbweha na wale watu waliokuwa wanaenda kutafuta matunda mwituni. Hii ndio sababu watu walikuwa katika vyuo vikuu na katika shule walikuwa wanatumia Kilatini na Kiyunani. Maana Kiingereza kilionekana kama ni lugha nduni sana siku zile. Lakini hivi leo Kiingereza kinatumika na watu wanasayansi wa kila namna, ndicho kinatumika kwa watu ambao wanakwenda mpaka kwenye mwezi na kadhalika. Kimepanuka na kuwezesha watu kuzungumza mambo muhimu katika ya teknolojia. Lugha zetu hizi zimeundwa kwa namna ambavyo pia zinaweza kupanuka, na tukiamua sisi wenyewe kukipa Kikuyu kwa mfano msamiati wa kiteknolojia, kukipa Kimasai msamiati wa kiteknolojia, ni jambo ambalo linawezekana. Na leo nina pendekezo imara la kuwezesha hizi lugha zetu kuwa na msamiati wa kiteknolojia na kisayansi. Na pendekeza hivi, kaunti ambazo zina kaunti kadha ambazo zina lugha moja. Kwa mfano kaunti ya Kiambu, ya Nyandarua, ya Murang'a, ya Nyeri na Laikipia watenge pesa, wawe na mfuko, wawe na hazina, na waalike wataalamu wa isimu na waambie kila ambacho tunataka ni kwamba mwezesha Kikuyu kuwa na uwezo wa kutumika katika sayansi, kutumika katika teknolojia. Kaunti ya Machakos na Kitui na Makueni wawe na mfuko na hazina, waalike wanaisimu, waambie kwamba tungependa msaidie Kikamba kuwa na uwezo wa kuzungumza mambo ya teknolojia na kisayansi. Kaunti ya Kajiado na kaunti ya Narok na kaunti ya Transmara watie pesa kando, iwe pesa ili tumike kupanua na kuendeleza na kukuza Kimasai. Kaunti za Kisumu na Migori na Homa Bay na Siaya sitenge pesa ili Dholuo iwezeshwe kuwa na msamiati na lugha ambayo inaweza kutumika kuzungumza juu ya sayansi na kuzungumza juu ya teknolojia na kadhalika. Jambo hili linawezekana. Kaunti ya Tana River itenge pesa ili kuwezesha Kipokomo kuwa na msamiati ambao unaweza kutumika kuzungumzia mambo ya kiakademia, mambo ya kisayansi, mambo ya teknolojia. Kwa hivyo mwenyekiti, ili swala la je tufanye nini kuhusu lugha zetu hizi kuhusiana na sayansi na teknolojia ni jambo ambalo linawezekana, lakini tunahitaji manake kuungwa mkono na wanasiasa, kuungwa mkono na wale watu ambao wanatengeneza sera, kuungwa mkono wa kifedha na hakika tukifanya hivyo miaka 3-4 mtu atakuwa anaweza kuzungumza mambo ya kemia na fizikia na elimu viumbe kwa Kimasai bila matatizo yote. Mambo mawili sasa ambayo ningependa kutaja. Profesa Kembo Sule alizungumza vizuri sana, maanake alitoa manufaa ya lugha zetu hizi hasa katika elimu. Alinena mambo yenye mashiko sana. Ila kuna jambo ambalo ningependa kuongezea kwamba lugha zetu hizi ni kama maktaba, zina habari muhimu sana. Na habari hizi si habari zote za kitamaduni, maanake mara nyingi tukizungumza juu ya lugha za mama tunafikiria tu mambo ya kitamaduni. Zina habari nyingine za kisayansi. Wewe fikiria Wamasai. Wamasai wamekuwa wafugaji wa ng'ombe, wa kondoo kwa miaka hii yote katika eneo ambalo lina Mungo, katika eneo ambalo lina kupe, lakini wameweza kuendeleza na kuhifadhi uchumi kwa mifugo. Kwa sababu gani? Ni kwa sababu wanajua mambo mengi ya kisayansi, na habari za kisayansi zimo kwenye lugha ya Kimasai. Maanake hivi leo ng'ombe akivunjika mguu Masaini, badala ya kumuita daktari ambaye amesoma katika chuo cha Nairobi, anaweza kabisa kumuita mzee wa Kimasai akarekebisha ile ng'ombe ambaye amevunjika mguu, na baada ya wiki 3-4 ukaona yule ng'ombe akitembea, ukashindwa huyu Masai amefanya nini. Ni kwa sababu anaelewa mambo ya kisayansi, wanaelewa mambo ya ufugaji. Sasa Kimasai kikipotea, ni kwamba tunapoteza zile habari. Ni kama kuchoma maktaba, ni kama ukaenda pale ukasoma the Kenya National Library Service ukaitia moto. Kwa hivyo na si Kimasai tu, habari ambazo zimo katika lugha ya Okiek kuhusu mazingira, kuhifadhi mazingira ni muhimu sana. Baadhi ya yale mambo hata hatujui katika vyuo vikuu. Kuna mambo ambayo Waokiek wanajua kuhusu nyuki na kuhusu msitu na kuhusu kuhifadhi chemichemi, habari ambazo hata sisi katika vyuo vikuu hatuna. Sasa lugha ya Okiek ikipotea, zile habari zimepotea pia. Lakini sasa si kwa Masai tu. Zile habari zikipotea, sio kwamba Wamasai ndio wataingia hasara. Zile habari katika Okiek zikipotea, kwa sababu kupotea lugha ya Okiek, sio Okiek wanapotea, ni kila Mkenya. Tufikirie mambo ya rasilimali. Mto Nzoia ukikauka, wanaopata hasara si Waluya tu, manake kukauka mto kutaathiri uchumi wa Kenya, na uchumi wa Kenya ukiharibika, ukidhoofika, kwa sababu mto Nyanza, Nzoia au Nyando umekauka, kukauka kule kutaathiri uchumi wa Kenya, na uchumi wa Kenya ukiathirika vibaya, atapata hasara mpaka Msomali ambaye yuko Elwak, atapata hasara mpaka Mundiwa ambaye yuko Maweni, atapata hasara mpaka Mmeru ambaye yuko Kimau. Vivyo hivyo kwa upande wa lugha. Hizi habari ambazo zimo katika lugha zetu, lugha moja ikipotea Kielomolo au Kiokiek, hasara si ya ile jamii, hasara ile ni ya taifa zima la Kenya, na ni hasara kwa jamii nzima ya ulimwengu. Ndio sababu UNESCO inatia sana pesa katika kuhifadhi hizi lugha. La mwisho, mwenyekiti ukiniruhusu, la mwisho ni kwamba mara nyingine tukizungumza juu ya kukuza lugha hizi zetu, kuna watu ambao wanaingiwa na wasiwasi. Wanasema, sasa nyinyi mmesoma, lakini mbona mwataka kutilia rutuba ukabila? Maana wanafikiria ukiendeleza na kuimarisha na kukuza Kiborani, Kisabauchi na Kiduruma na Kidavida, unakuza ukabila. Nataka kusema hivi, mabibi na mabwana, hakuna uhusiano hata kidogo baina ya utamaduni na ukabila katika nchi hii. Ukabila ni suala la kisiasa, ni suala ya ugavi wa mali. Kwa mfano, mimi Mutharaka, nikipata cheo kikubwa katika nchi hii, iwe sasa watu akija kutafuta kazi, Mutharaka ndio wanapata ile kazi. Akija Muluya na Mbagwa, akija Mkamba na Mbagwa, akija Mswahili na Mbagwa. Sasa pale ndipo watu waanza kuchukia Tharaka wataanza kuchukua Wadharaka, si kwamba Wadharaka wanazungumza Kidharaka, lakini kwa sababu kuna Wadharaka ambao wana uwezo, ambao wananyima wengine haki zao, ambao wanapendelea Wadharaka wenzao. Kwa hivyo tusifikirie kwamba utamaduni, maanake hatujali kama Mjaluo anakula adhola. Sidhani kama kuna mtu mmoja kabila jingine ambaye atakuwa na wasiwasi kwamba Mkamba anakula Muthokoi. Sidhani kwamba Mswahili atakasirika kwa sababu Mkikuyu anakula Mkimo. Kile ambacho kinatutia hisia kali za kisiasa ni masuala ya sera, kwamba kuna sera ambazo zinabagua na kupendelea ugavi wa mali na nafasi, kwamba mimi nina uwezo wa kuwa balozi, lakini sasa ni nyimwe ile nafasi ya kuwa balozi kwa sababu ya kabila langu. Mtu mwingine apewe ile kazi ya ubalozi, si kwamba ana uwezo kuliko mimi, lakini kwa sababu anatoka kwenye kabila ambalo lina uwezo wa kisiasa. Kwa hivyo tusiwe na hofu, mabibi na mabwana, tusiwe na hofu hata kidogo kwamba kukuza lugha zetu hizi ni kutia rutuba ukabila. Ukabila ni swala tofauti kabisa na lugha, ni swala tofauti kabisa na tamaduni zetu, ni swala la usimamizi wa nchi, ni swala la siasa, ni swala la sera mbaya ambazo zinatufanya kuwa na hisia kali dhidi ya makabila fulani. Asante sana.
Thank you. Asante sana, Professor Beria. I would like to thank all the panelists for your eloquent contribution. I have put you on your feet, and you're good thinkers on your feet. And so we appreciate your contribution. We appreciate your insight. I have my summary here, but I will not read my summary. I will, to redeem some time, I will open the discussion to the floor, and we are taking only 4 questions. You could put your question on the chat. I will also ask that if people can put up their hands, but I know that that becomes a challenge often. So I will say that you just bid for a turn. You can say your name and then ask your question. And please keep your question to 1 and give it in a fraction of a minute so that we can respond. Also, target the speaker whom you would like to respond to your question. So shall I take the first question now?
Dr. Bilham Mwenezi has a question.
Yes, Dr. Mwenezi, take the floor, please.
I can speak. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I could not agree with the Professor Kithaka Wamberia more. I just hope that there is research that will be done to generate what he's calling information, what I call knowledge in these languages. But my question goes to Joyce Wangia. She said that African or Kenyan society is patriarchal. I do not know the basis for her saying so. When you look at language, you get the impression that this gender divide is imported through foreign languages, European languages mainly. And if you look, I think I speak under Professor Schroeder's watch. If you look at the adoption of a 3rd gender, the first 2 countries to adopt that 3rd gender were Germany and Austria. And I think it is because those languages have 3 genders. When you look at African languages, there is no gender. You get people talking about his husband, because we do not have in us that gender divide. When it came to women voting, there was no discussion in Africa. But in Europe, and elsewhere, those countries where genderized languages are used, there was, bitter discussions on allowing women to vote. So I do not know whether we should not look at our languages as carrying those values and not fight not have gender fights that are not really embedded in our languages. I think we should look at language as being an important carrier of our values.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. That question will be answered a little later. Let's take the next question now. Any question?
Yes, Professor.
Who is speaking?
Mary Goretti.
Yes, please, Mary. Mary Goretti, ask your question and target a speaker.
Okay, mine is on the use of language in the CBC. I remember the Kenyan language policy of 86 stated that class 1 to class 3, the language of instruction and of any use was mother tongue. And this one was embracing all languages we had in Kenya. And they were in English. Now, which was being taught was just to equip learners with a number of vocabularies to help them now use when they go to class 4. Now, I thought the policy had taken care of that. What went wrong and why are we changing what would have actually worked for us if we stuck with the language of the catchment area for as a language of instruction in class 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Is that for Dr. Wangia?
Yes, Prof.
Mary Goretti?
Yes, Prof.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, the third question, please.
Thank you, Prof. Margaret Moura.
Yes,
I would
Margaret.
like to ask Professor Beria, given that in Kenya, our youth have a language of their own called Sheng, which varies from one location to the other, even within one town. Do we recognize this language? Do we need to accept this as a language of communication and maybe do some work on it so that it can be like Kiswahili, be a more universal language, especially among our youth? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Margaret. The last question. Okay, we don't have the fourth question. So we will answer the three questions. Dr. Joyce Wangia, you have 2 questions, and Professor Mberia, 1 question. Joyce, we start with you. You can take the 2 questions together.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. I must confess, I think my mind got distracted a little bit. I didn't get the second question very well, but let me first answer the first one. I couldn't agree with Dr. Mwenesi more about the issue of gender being maybe something that is imported from the Western world. I just think that we are looking at gender from different perspectives here. When I referred to our communities as patriarchal, what I meant, for example, is that in the African setting, and this is what I know about most African communities. For example, a woman marries into a community. And I think that hasn't changed. So maybe traditionally your name would not have changed, but currently I change even my name. Although the modern woman is a little bit more liberated, they just add the name, they don't change. but the school where I come from myself, we actually even changed the name. So if you met me as Joyce Kamau, you would already judge me by thinking that I come from Nyeri or Kiambu or whatever. But I come from Kakamega. It's just because I married into a community, I took on a different identity. And actually, I could be discriminated. If you were out to discriminate against me on account of my language and my identity, you would have already placed me in a certain category, and therefore the discrimination is there. So I think Dr. Mwenes is right in her argument, but I think my argument about patriarchal, if I could justify, that's where I was coming from, because I was trying to see how language and gender issues, and the fact that gender, of course, goes with issues of equality, equity, and so on. So some of those issues where the disadvantage comes in are related, are language related, not all of them. So I think that's what I meant. Now, if I can attempt to the second question, I think the speaker, the participant was asking about the issue of the language of the catchment area. If you could just repeat it a little bit for me, please, kindly, Professor Mtiga.
Mary Goretti, could you ask your question, please, and paraphrase it?
Thank you. I was just wondering, why should we bother about our mother tongue in the curriculum, the new curriculum coming up, yet we had a policy which took care of all the languages in Kenya, that is using the language of the catchment area in teaching class 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now I hear you now. I got you now. I think Mary Goretti, you will agree with me that the policy, this policy of mother tongue in the curriculum has always been there, but the implementation has always been a problem. So even that issue of language of the catchment area has not worked so well, at least in most places, as far as I know. And I think the attempt in CBC was to actually overhaul the whole issue of mother tongue and the CBC. You remember previously, the policy was just talking about using the language of the catchment area, and maybe it was just like teaching the language. But currently, what I know in the CBC, they are enforcing the instruction. Yeah, so that, like I said earlier, if I'm teaching mathematics or I'm teaching environmental activities, I am supposed to teach them in the mother tongue, and actually the instructional materials should be in the mother tongue. So the mother tongue here, of course, is still debatable. I think the issue of the language of the catchment area is still relevant because then you will have to know which is the language to use. If you are in Yugis, if you are in some area of Kakamega, and so on and so forth. And I think this is where sometimes we get fatigued by just thinking about it, because you'll find even in those areas, yes, there are many, many places where you can say is almost monolingual, the mother tongue. But I think there is really no, in most places, you will find that there are several other languages at play. And I think that's why the argument of Professor Mberia, I think, should be pursued, where now we have devolved. Every county really should have a language policy. And how are we advancing that language policy? And I'm looking at an ideal scenario where eventually in a school environment, the learners will have options, so that it's not just if it's a lawyer, I have to choose which lawyer do I want to learn, and if the materials are there, and so on. And I'm thinking
High Commission of Bangladesh
can be
digitalized
and made available even in as many languages as possible, so that I am not forced to do Kedaraka just because I'm in Kedaraka. Maybe I'm in Kedaraka, but I'm from Igembe or from Meru, whatever, and I have an option. So I think it's still a lot of work in progress. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I jump in there? Hello.
To ask, yeah, you have to.
I jump in there.
Jane, you should answer that. Jane.
She's muted.
Yes, I'm answering this. Professor Kembosure, yes, briefly, please.
No, Mohammed Akida wants to say something.
In the case of CBC.
Oh, okay. Right. Yes. Yeah. Dr. Akida.
Mohammed Akida.
Dr. Akida.
Sorry. Yes, Chairperson.
Mother tongue CBC.
Sorry, I didn't get the question. What was the question again?
I thought you wanted to respond.
No.
Oh, sorry. Was it Professor Kembosure who wanted to jump in quickly?
Yes, please.
Oh, yes,
Something
please.
about
Then
CBC and mother tongue. What we are saying is not that the policy that is being recommended is better or worse than what was there before. What we're saying is it remains the same. If you use mother tongue for only 3 years, you haven't done enough. Remember, Dr. Njagi was talking about education or mother tongue based education. If you have to provide proper multilingual education, you have to start with mother tongue and teach mother tongue for, it has been suggested around the world, about 7 years of mother tongue, so that they are grounded in the mother tongue, because the literacy skills from mother tongue can be transferred to any other language. That's why Dr. Njagi was talking about educated Kenyans who cannot write in their mother tongue because they have not been trained to use mother tongue at a certain level of sophistication. So they can use English maybe, although most of them cannot. The point is mother tongue must be taught for longer than 3 years if you want people to benefit from it. As it is now, our children don't benefit from the 3 years.
thank you, Professor Kembosure. Professor Mberia, could you please respond to the Sheng question? And yeah, that will be it.
Thank you very much. I try never to impose my language taste on anybody. And because the person who asked the question asked in English, as a gesture of humility and respect, I answer in English also. Now, Margaret Maura, one of the most superarching principles in linguistics is that linguists do not prescribe, they just describe. I mean, there's no time when linguists were organized for a meeting in the Burungu Stadium in Kakamega to tell lawyers how to speak. There's no time when we shall recommend that a meeting be called in Orengo Stadium for Kikuyus to be told how to speak. What linguists do is to wait for people to talk, to speak, and then they move in and describe how people are talking. Likewise, I think it would be wrong for us to tell the young people who are using Sheng not use it, except this. I am a parent. I have a daughter. I have a son. And I know there are certain attitudes, there are certain practices that can disempower somebody. So what I tell my students, speak whatever language that you speak, but you know that self-expression can empower you or disempower you. What we need to tell the youth is that if you believe that Sheng does not disempower you for the time being, I don't know how it will be in the next 30 years, and to tell them that if you believe that by talking Sheng in an office, in a formal environment, it does not disempower you, then go ahead and speak Sheng. But if you think it might disempower you, if you think that if you come to my office and you are looking for a job, and you start by telling me, Sisi Mavijana, the likelihood is that already you have shot your foot. I mean you have already disempowered yourself. Because how are you going to talk to my customers if I give them a job? I tell my students this, that when you speak a language, speak it well. Now, if you speak Sheng, today in 2021, believe me, there are many doors that will be closed to you, because language is not merely a question of communication. It's also a tool. It's also a tool of social, social mobility. So are you likely to move today, 2021? I'm not talking about 2051. Are you able, if you speak Sheng, are you able to achieve that social mobility by using Sheng? Or would you rather, you can use Sheng with your colleagues, but be careful not to use it when you're in some circumstances. But is that possible? If you use Sheng, is instead going to creep into a language even when you write a formal letter for an employment? Ladies and gentlemen, I never write my text messages in brief at all. And I tell my students, and I tell them why. I just want to get used to using proper language so that when I'm called for a meeting in Tharaka, I try to speak good Kitharaka. I tell my students, I teach public speaking. I say, should you be talking to people in Nyakach, in the Luo, make sure that your Luo is as perfect you can. If you are speaking to Maasai, you are invited for a meeting in Tekrok, and you are speaking to people in Maasai, make sure that your Maasai is as good as possible. So what I can say is that let the youth use their Sheng, but believe me, it's a very disempowering medium as of now, as of today, 2021. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. And ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of our question and answer. And I would like to once again thank the panelists and to thank you participants. I think we've had a lively and very informative session here. I will hand over now to the moderator, Professor Helga Schroeder, and thank you all.
Thank you very much, Professor Motiga, for conducting this panel discussion very well. And thanks again for all the contributors. And we are really coming to the end. And I would like to give also Anna an opportunity. Anna, 2 minutes to tell us what you do in Portuguese at the Department of Linguistics.
Boa tarde. I hope you can. So I said good afternoon in Portuguese. I'm Portuguese. I'm in Nairobi some years now. So I'm teaching Portuguese to students in the University of Nairobi in the linguistics department. It has been an honor, and I thank you today for letting me participating in this event, so rich and so important. I would like only to complement the idea, saying that from my study about teaching Portuguese as a foreign language, so we study a lot of linguistics and all this cultural aspect of the language. And what I can just to reassure to you and just agree with you, the local language, the mother tongue is very important for creativity and also for a person to feel bound, to feel anchored to a community or to a country. Nevertheless, we know that globalization killed so many cultures and languages all over the world. And that's why so many movements today and so many professors, linguists want just to come to the surface again, the local language and cultures. But I think we should find a balance. It's very important to know languages for the purpose of communicating and communicating with people wherever they are. Even nowadays, I could be here in Nairobi, but I could be here in Portugal, where I was last month. So this way of communicating needs a good knowledge of different languages. So that's why that I think the local languages, the mother tongue, is very important. And I give you an example. We have a poet that is very important in our culture, Fernando Pessoa. His main work is written in Portuguese, but he had the chance to move to Durban in South Africa, and he attended there the English school. So he wrote a book called The English Poems. And if you read those poems, you see that they are sought. He could sing in English when he was writing the poems. But when you translate the Portuguese poems into the English, and if you can compare and you know the two languages, you see that many of the meanings, many of the ideas are lost in translation. So knowing different languages is very important to have access to scientific papers, literature, poetry, whatever it is written and important in a certain language. So my perspective is we should promote the local languages, the mother tongues, but we must be open to other languages, whatever it is, a national language or an international language. That makes the bridge to know new things, to have different perspectives of things, to think by themselves. The people that read, that have access to information, they can think and they can choose. So from my point of view, I always try to teach Portuguese, and also, of course, the Portuguese culture, the way we live, and also the way the Portuguese is spoken in different parts of the world. We are in all the continents. Portuguese is also an African language. If you look at Angola, the population is growing so fast, so the number of Portuguese-speaking people is growing very fast. The same happens in Mozambique and also in Guinea, Saint Tome and Príncipe, Cape Verde. So there are many places in Africa where the Portuguese is or the mother tongue or the communicative, the national and official language. So I hope that I can see you one day, not very far in person, face to face. That is a sign that all this globalized pandemic disappears. And I am always available to work with you. And I'm very pleased to be here. Thank you. Obrigada. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Anna. And also enjoy her temperament very much. It comes from the southern part of Europe.
Yes.
Thanks again, Anna, and thank you so much. And at this point, I should also say what the Department of Linguistics and Languages, what kind of language courses we offer. Besides Portuguese, we offer undergraduate, master's, and postgraduate study in German and in Arabic. So just to let you know that. And now, because of time, I would like us to...
Professor Schroeder, what about Korean? There's also Korean.
There's also Korean and Chinese.
Linguistics, yes, Korean, Chinese, linguistics, language and communication.
Language and communication, yes. So you see, we have a lot of variety to offer in terms of communication and languages. Thank you very much for the ad. Now I would like to call on James Orao for some concluding remarks, and because of time, can you do that in 1 or 2 minutes, please? James, are you here? If James are not here, then why don't we see my concluding my summary of all the languages we offer? And of course, in terms of mother tongue, I can only hope that we can meet next year back face to face, and then I invite you all for a celebration in the University of Nairobi, and then we can also go the Kenyan way, and the Kenyan way is to share tea, isn't it, Professor Kisaka? And some mandazi or whatever is offered. Anyway, thanks a lot.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, that's correct.
So, and now I ask Dr. Akida, he's representing the Arabic part of the department, to give a vote of thanks. And the event will be closed by Dr. Alice Washira from the German department with a closing prayer. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity to move a vote of thanks. A vote of thanks in Arabic is kalimatu shukr. Kalimatu shukr. Of course, Arabic is, yes, Arabic is a mother language to very many people in Africa. Egypt only has a population that is equivalent to the rest of the countries in the Middle East, of 100 million speakers of Arabic. So it's a mother language to many people. So first of all, I would like to thank the Almighty God for his sufficient grace bestowed on the University of Nairobi. As we celebrate our Golden Jubilee, we acknowledge that the last 50 years have been both rewarding and challenging. Nonetheless, the University of Nairobi has registered huge strides and has emerged as the top and the most preferred university in the region. We also take this opportunity to express our profound gratitude to the entire university administration under the able leadership of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Stephen Kiama, for facilitating the International Mother Language Day celebrations that are being conducted online in the Department of Linguistics and Languages at the University of Nairobi due to the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. Our sincere gratitude goes to His Excellency Jahangir Talukder. My apologies for maybe not getting the name right. The Bangladeshi High Commissioner to Kenya, for gracing these celebrations being hosted by the Department of Linguistics and Languages, and for the useful remarks made by His Excellency. Our many thanks go to Professor Ephraim Wahome, Dean, Faculty of Arts, for attending this important session and for his very useful intervention. I would also like to thank Professor Jane Oduor, my boss, the chairperson of the Department of Linguistics and Languages, for all the efforts expended towards the success of this webinar. We also thank Professor Helga Schroeder for playing host to this session. Many thanks go to Professor Jane Mutiga, Director, Center of Translation and Interpretation at the University of Nairobi, for moderating the panelists session. We also thank all the panelists, Professor Kithaka Wamberia of the Department of Linguistics and Languages, University of Nairobi, Professor Kembo Sure, formerly of Moi University and a member of MLEN, as well as Professor Shege Githiora and Dr. Joyce Wangia, both of Kenyatta University. Many thanks go to all the presenters, Professor Martin Joroge Dean, School of Humanities and Social Sciences, United States International University, Africa, Dr. Justin Sikuku, President of the Linguistics Association of East Africa, Timothy Kamau of the Sama Institute of Linguistics, Dr. Zipporah Otiso, Department of Linguistics and Languages, University of Nairobi, and Jacob Njagi from the Bible Translation and Literacy. We appreciate their insightful presentations and we thank them most sincerely. We'd also like to thank all the partners, the Bangladeshi High Commission in Nairobi, the Bible Translation and Literacy East Africa, the Sama Institute of Linguistics, and the MLEN for their worthy partnership. I'd also like to thank the talented team of artists for their interludes and entertainment. It would be remiss of us not to thank the technical team for the technical support provided and which guaranteed the success of this event. Finally, we thank each and every participant who logged into the session, including our students, and who made their contributions, including messages sent via the chat tool. Long live Africa, long live mother languages in Africa. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Shukran.
Thank you, Shukrani. Thank you so much for this. And is Alice around? Alice Washira?
Yes, I'm here.
Please, could you close the event with a closing prayer?
Yes, okay, thank you. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. Lord Jesus, we want to thank you for this great opportunity you have given us to share about the great gift that you have given us as human beings, the gift of language, which carries in itself so much, not only a means of communication, but also the rich cultures that are found in each and every community. We thank you for all the sharings that have been made in this session. We want to ask you to help us so that that which is positive and that which will help to build us as human beings, we shall be able also to put it into practice and even to lay down procedures that can help us to achieve the aim and the goal of this session and of celebrating Mother Tongue, World Day of the Mother Tongue. We want to thank you for all those who have been with us, the ideas you have given us through them, and we ask that you continue to help us to grow through the promotion of our mother tongues, so that they are able to enrich us as human beings, and we are able to grow and develop, well, relate with each other in ways that are enriching and pleasing to you. We pray this through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
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 Thanks.
Amen. Amen.
Thanks again for.
Amen.
And
thank you, everyone.
Thank
So please, while you can leave now, and thanks again for joining us, all of you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof.
Asanteni sana.
Kwaherini, asante.
And bye-bye.
Kwaheri.
Thank you. You are great people.
Thank you.
And congratulations to Nairobi University for 50th.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A cup of tea.
Raquel,
Kamal.
Thank you.